2017. This is the regular meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Let the record reflect Commissioners Johnson, Soboroff, Figueroa, Villa, Goldsmith are present, and we have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any comments on the consent agenda items?
We have one comment card.
Which one?
1A.
1A. Do any of my fellow commissioners, would you like to pull any of the other consent agenda items?
No. I'll move approval of all items except for A.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. So let's call the comment on item 1A.
I don't know. I didn't see you there.
Thank you. On 1A, we have Karen Hilfman.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I would also like to say that this comment pertains to all of the donation items, and I'd like to urge a vote against, although I know you've already voted, but at least this one. It seems to me that funding for police activities should already be more than adequate, with the budget of the LAPD already being more than half of the city's entire budget, and would like to urge consideration on the part of the commissioners to take a broader and more generous view and donate all of the money instead to city efforts to build housing for the homeless, provide services for the homeless, provide more services for youth, and just develop city jobs for youth in predominantly areas of communities of color and other depressed areas in the city. And while we're talking about money, also want to add to urge you to dismantle the community policing program and instead put that money again toward development in the communities rather than what is more of a surveillance and control effort of community policing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve item 1A?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So moving on to the regular agenda items, there were a number here that I did not think we needed reports on. I'll call them out. If any of my fellow commissioners would like reports on these items, please let me know. Items D, E, F, H, I, L, N, and O. Anyone want those items pulled?
No.
Do we have any comments on any of those items?
We have comments on 2B, 2C, and 2M.
2M? Okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve items 2D, E, F, H, I, L, N, and O?
So moved.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, great. So let's move to item, and I believe Mr. T. Fenk, that item 2J has been pulled from this week's agenda.
Yes, Mr. President. It's continued until next week due to the department staff not being available today.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So let's start with item 2A, please.
Okay, and please let the record reflect that Commissioner McLean Hill is now present. Item number 2A, Inspector General's verbal presentation and discussion relative to the development and launch of their smartphone application.
Thank you, Commissioners. Seated in front of you is a member of my staff, Julie Buchwald, and she will be talking to you in a second. I want to give you a brief breakdown of the application that we put together at your request. About a year and a half ago, the Commission directed my office to increase our community outreach efforts. In doing so, we quickly determined that much of the information available to the community does not necessarily get to them for a variety of reasons. Some community members simply cannot locate the necessary information. Others do not have home computers. Other individuals do not have the ability or the desire to go to the city council offices or the police department to obtain information or make a commendation or a complaint. We quickly realized that most community members, however, do have a smartphone. And after briefing the commission, we were directed to explore by you the creation of a phone application that would allow community members to access information from the commission and my office, as well as other city department and police department information. I believe the current application that you're going to hear more from does just that, and this application takes information currently available on various city websites and puts them on the phone. One can watch commission videos, access Office of Inspector General reports, make commendations and complaints directly on the application. The application also provides contact information to the mayor's office, all city council members, and every LAPD station. We believe that the commission is the first oversight entity in the country to implement a mobile-based application to support and facilitate community relations. And commissioners, I've asked that Julie Buckwald from my office walk you through the application screen by screen. When we were designing the format of the application and its capabilities, she was the point person for my office. Before she gets started, I also want to thank the department for their technical expertise in coding the actual application and for their liaison efforts with my office, because without that, the application would not have been a reality.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. We're happy to be here today to discuss this mobile phone app. As with anything having to do with a phone, the easiest way to learn about it is to use it and play with it. But in the alternative, we have the screenshots, screen by screen. I'll go through one by one. And yeah, you can follow along on the phone too. So this is the home page that you see first here. When you open the app, this is the first thing that you'll see. The menu bar at the bottom will remain intact as needed all the way through. So you can toggle back and forth to the home screen through the menu bar at the bottom there. So these folders each point the user towards various information about our office and the functions you'll see. So the first one is obviously the commission. So going into that folder, you see a number of other folders. Again, it's generally information about the commission, our office, the 3 different sections that we have, and information about how to access our reports. So under that first subfolder there, Commission, Board of Police Commissioners, that's actually where you can, if you click in there, you'll see archived video from past open session meetings that have occurred. So these are confined past meetings there. You will also be able to see the Commission's redacted use of force summaries. So all the categorical use of force reports that are on the Commission website are, again, available here on the phone as well. And then I'll also point out the 5th one down there, significant OIG reports. That link takes you to our website, the link we have for each of our more high-profile reports. So you can go straight to our website there and see our reports, as well as the reports themselves. So if you click on the title of each report, you can get to the OIG reports themselves. So going back to the home page, the next full subfolder down is getting into the commendation piece. So this is how you file a commendation for a particular officer. And you see the different language options there. There's 7 different languages you can file a commendation. It's basically English, Spanish, and a variety of Asian languages like Korean, Japanese, Chinese, etc. This is the commendation English short form that we set up. So you'll see the fields there, basically just basic information about the person who's filing the commendation. And then you can also, there are directions there at the bottom for how to attach any other files you may have, like a photo or any other information.
Hey, Julie, wait, I missed something maybe because my phone's slow, but somebody goes on here and they're interested in looking at a use of force report.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get it? So I go to the home page.
Homepage.
Then I click the police commission.
Yes.
Then what?
Police commissioners.
Uh-huh.
And then you scroll down to the bottom there. You see the text.
Yeah.
I can't show it on the screen here. Apologies. Click here.
To watch archive videos or watch police movies.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Got it.
Essentially, Commissioner, anything you could do online, anything with regard to my office or the police commission, including the bios of all the police commissioners, all the relevant sections and phone numbers,
Yeah.
you can do here because it'll route you to that. It'll route you to that portion of the website and give you access to everything. So you, in theory, can do anything that you could do at your desktop at home, you can do on the phone now.
Yeah. I
you
just
see
thought-
the categorical
I got
use
it.
of force summaries.
Yeah, I just thought that a lot of people that click on this, that's what they're going to be looking for, so why not just put it on the front page as an additional?
Uh-huh.
you know,
We may be able to set it up that way.
Express lane, you know?
Uh-huh.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
But that is the link that gets you.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. So again, picking back up, this is the commendation form, which we're done with. And then we have the same basic option for filing a complaint. So the same 7 languages that you see here, you can do as well for a complaint. And then I'll go into a little bit more depth here. So this is, again, the English complaint short form. And you see the fields that you're able to provide but don't have to provide. So basically everything is optional on this one except time, date, location, and the language spoken by the person. This person could file the complaint with contact information, and that way you choose to be contacted, but otherwise the complaint can be filed anonymously as well. And if there's other information, as far as, again, video or audio file, there are directions here about how to send that. And that comes basically straight to our office. In our office, for these, we receive these. So we'll provide a basic triage function for the complaints that come in before they're sent over to Internal Affairs for further investigation. That way we can brief you all, too, on any concerns that may arise. So this is now, if you go back to the home screen again, via the menu bar there at the bottom, this is now the one of the other options from the home screen, which is other resources. And this just gives a litany of other websites, basically, that we put in one place for the user. So we have information here about elected officials, other police agencies, and I'll sort of just go through them very quickly. We also, there's the 5th one down, I believe. No, sorry, the 3rd one down, locate LAPD stations. I'll show you that feature as well. But here's, again, information about our mayor, each council district office, and you can go in one by one and find the different council district office information. This is the feature that is pretty unique. This is basically a map, and there's a blue dot you see basically right where we are. It's sort of hidden beneath one of the red dots, but that's where the user is. So it's GPS, so it'll track where the phone is, and then all the red dots are all the LAPD stations. So you can see this way how close you are at any given point to any particular LAPD station and go there if need be. This screen is another subscreen that's available under the Resources tab, and this is basically how to contact all the LAPD stations and other critical functions of the department. So we just basically put this screen here as a quick way to access phone numbers for LAPD that are not emergency oriented. Obviously, that's 911. This is a screen, again, under Resources that provides links to other police departments in the Southern California region. We get a lot of inquiries along these lines from complainants, and just people call us with different questions about officers from other agencies. So this is a quick way of accessing those department phone numbers and addresses, et cetera. And then finally, at the bottom, also on the menu bar, or going back to the homepage, there's also a contact us option, and this is basic information about our office that you'll see here. We have links to our basic office information, address, phone number, email address. Our website is here, as well as our 3 main social media accounts, Facebook, Twitter, and we recently started doing a couple of videos on YouTube, so you can find those videos here as well. And then this is essentially just the basic instruction about how to download the app. And it's available on either iPhone or Android platforms. It's free. So you can just go to either the App Store on the iPhone or the Google Play Store on an Android, search for the term you see there, OIG City of Los Angeles, and you download and open it. It should show up right away, and you can start using it. Any questions?
Go ahead.
Thank you. First, thank you for your presentation and for the Inspector General and Inspector General's office. I'm really excited about the app and appreciate the time and the thoughtfulness that was taken to increase the essential availability of these resources to the public. Also, want to thank the department for their technical assistance in this regard. My questions really go to how, or if any thought has been given to how we make the availability of the app more widely known so that citizens can, in fact, understand how to download it and how to communicate via the app, either positively or negatively, about officers they encounter, and more broadly, just access more information about the city and these resources.
Commissioner, we put together a plan. We obviously want to wait until the presentation today. As we were directed by the commission, we did kind of a soft open on this application so that we could work out any of the bugs and be able to play internally with it to see if there were things that we need to modify. But we're planning on doing an outreach campaign to the different communities, and have already put things in places to people that we are talking to in community groups that we're going to be talking to explain the application and walk them through it and get them more familiar with it, on the hopes that we can increase the community's awareness of all of the different options available to the community members, and let them know that all of the information from various city families, the department, our offices are all available at their fingertips. They don't have to hunt for it. They don't have to have a desktop at home. They don't have to have all this information. So we've started putting together a little bit of a plan, and we're going to obviously consult with the commission to see if it goes far enough, and also take the input from commissioners on what they would like us to do. I'd expect that we'd have something to you within the week.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, my question also goes to, it's a couple of suggestions regarding marketing, cross-marketing. When I go to the LAPD website, which a lot of people go to, there is no mention of this anywhere. So I don't know who has to give permission, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but on the LAPD website, it would be great to be able to link to this. If that doesn't work, on the LAPD website is the police commission. You can link to the police commission, and it definitely should be able to link from there. So it's really hard. You're talking about going viral on something that you can spend years and have 730 followers. I mean, you really got to get out there and do this. So I think that, you want to talk to some people about getting it out there, because you've got good product here with good thinking behind it, and those are a couple suggestions.
We meet regularly here and there with the council district offices and other community contacts. So we plan on doing a round of meetings, large scale, smaller scale, to push it out. That'll be in coming weeks, a month, probably the next couple months.
And Commissioner, my media folks are here, and we'll be glad to put a link on our website if that's possible.
That'd be great. Thank you, Chief.
Anything?
We do have 2 public comment cards. We have
Thank you. I just want to also say that fantastic job on
Really
this.
good job.
I'm very impressed with the product. Obviously, we'll have an opportunity to refine it as we get comments in from the public and we see how it's being used, what features are most popular, and what the community says is missing, and we can always add to it. But as someone who's been playing with this now for a few months, I think it's an excellent tool, and it reaches people in the way that they like to communicate in this day and age. Certainly, I agree with my fellow commissioners that I think it's part of all of our responsibilities to do everything we can to reach out to our networks when we're speaking at community groups, et cetera, churches, et cetera, to promote this app. There's obviously a lot of media here today. I would hope that this is something that gets talked about, that gets written about, to help us get the word out. But thank you for the excellent work on this, and I know that a lot of man and woman hours went into this, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Want to call the comments?
We do have 3. We have Hamid Khan, Jamie Garcia, and Michael Williams.
Since, Matt Johnson, you did mention the media, I think speaking to the media and then speaking to the public itself, I mean, what we have is another garnishing, this very superficial kind of layer that is being approached, that is being applied through this pretty razzle and dazzle of technology. Because the reality remains that what the Inspector General wants is people to file complaints. So over here, over a period of 3 years, 2012 to 2014, there were close to 31,000 allegations of officer misconduct, of beatings, of racial profiling. And when you look at how it was handled, when you get the reports on racial profiling, 0 gets sustained. 0. So we can have all the technology, we can have all this input. And secondly, let's not be fooled, because it's not just these apps. There's also an app which they use, which is for the See Something, Say Something program, which actively promotes racial profiling, which actually promotes bias, a license to racially profile. And what we saw from the Inspector General audit, who wants to get this information from the people, is that just this last year in September, when they released the audit, over 57% of these reports were filed completely wrongly. So now people are going into these databases where there's nothing to it, where the officers themselves don't even know how to deal with this program. So now they're telling us that let's not look at the core of the problem, where 21 people were again murdered. We're dealing with the most murderous police department in the country. We're dealing with a department that takes the most amount of money of the city's budget. We're dealing with a department that has massive amount of allegations of beatings and use of force and violations of our constitutional rights. Yet what we get, the first meeting of this year, is another garnishing, another very superficial approach. So I hope that the media, when they are lifting up this app, asks real cutting questions. Yes. That what app would this fundamentally really serve? Yes.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Jamie Garcia. Pass. Thank you. Michael Williams. Michael Williams.
First things, 2 things before I start, just some things. For one, we're running out of comment cards in the bag, so I don't know if you can get someone to restock them or whatever. Please don't start my time. I just said this is just a comment.
You have your 2 minutes.
So I can't make a comment about asking something before I give my public comment. Is that?
I restarted your time, sir.
Okay. Anyway, you didn't restart my time. I got like 10 seconds off. So anyway, so you have the See Something, Say Something app. You have this app now that is supposed to be, stopping bias policing, or supposed to be able to file complaints on your phone and all different kind of manners of things. But what we're seeing is constantly a lack of commitment to actually changing what's in the department. Because if it doesn't matter how many different ways you have to file a complaint, if the complaint is not being verified or not being investigated properly, who cares if you can file it on your phone? Right? So instead of actually looking into the decision-making process and the investigation process of the complaint applications, the bias police complaint applications, and how they are filed, and what is actually being said to people, because I've seen people actually try to report bias policing, and police try to discourage them from filing it, saying that it's not a matter that can be filed by complaint, or saying that you really don't want to file this complaint because it's frivolous. If we're not looking into those kind of things, if we're not looking into how actually the police are taking these complaints, then we're not actually doing anything. We're not actually solving the problem that we're having. Because the problem isn't that I can't make a complaint or it's not easy for me to make a complaint. The problem is that when I make a complaint, I feel like my complaint is not being taken seriously. And so if it's not being taken seriously, then I don't feel like I need to file a complaint. Why would I come down to the police department, who I already feel afraid of, which I'm filing, because that's the reason I'm filing the complaint, and come down and file a complaint when I know nobody's going to actually listen?
Thank you. And for the record, Jamie Garcia has waived her comment on this item. We're now on item 2B, Department's verbal presentation and discussion relative to the status of the fair and impartial policing training curriculum.
Good morning. As
Good
we're
morning.
waiting for the technology to catch up to us, I'm Bill Murphy, Commanding Officer of Police Sciences and Training Bureau. And
good morning. I'm Dr. Luann Pinnell, Director of Police Training and Education. And this morning we are coming back with a verbal. I believe in December you requested that we come back for an update on the status of the training that we started on fair and impartial policing. So, are we ready? Okay. These are the 4 questions in particular that you wanted to have addressed: an update on the status of the Train the Trainer for implicit bias, a timeline for training all department employees, the number of officers who've been trained to date, and a strategy to provide the training. So first of all, the Train the Trainer for implicit bias, just as a clarification, Dr. Lori Friedel, her team from the University of Florida came out, and the training actually is on fair and impartial policing. Implicit bias is one component of that training. It is not the totality of that training. So if you would consider that braking is one part of being a good driver, implicit bias is considered one part of the fair and impartial policing training. It's not the totality of it. So I just want to make sure that we are talking about the same thing when we do this. So in October 21st to 22nd, we had a Train the Trainer, 23 LAPD department employees, and we also collaborated with our partners at USC. They wanted to send 2 of their officers through this training as well. Just as I think we might have mentioned this before, but to select these trainers, we had 90 people apply themselves, and so they wanted to do this training and learn about it. And out of that, of course, we couldn't take all 90, so we trained 23. After that time, and I guess to go specifically to this point, I distinctly remember this training because it was the reason I came back after my husband passed away. And I'm not looking for an ounce of sympathy out of that, except for to say and represent the personal and professional commitment to making sure that we look at this training thoroughly and understand what it is and how it can be used in our department. So when I came back and looked at the training, when you do a Train the Trainer, if people get the curriculum, but they don't have the opportunity to present back and practice it and actually do it very much, they're still not going to be completely proficient. And my concern is that if we do not have people who feel completely confident and proficient at this topic, we actually can make things worse instead of better, and we don't want to do that. The other concern that we had at the time is evaluating that in terms of empirical evidence of the, and especially back then, this is now a year and a half ago, that there's no empirical evidence that training itself just on implicit bias removes implicit bias. So these are many of the discussions that we've been having with the different professionals around this topic. So when we looked at the timeline for training the department, we moved forward with, I took that cadre and we had 3 separate workshops with them to look at our existing curriculum, specifically looking at recruits, probationers, field training officers, supervisors, command staff, and civilian staff, and to look at all these different levels of the department and what was already existing and how we could enhance what we had already. At the time, there was not a plan to do a single standalone training. And back in February of 2016, we presented this plan to the Police Commission and in the Bias Policing and Mediation Annual Report. So we presented that to the Police Commission, and that was kind of the intention to move forward with the improvement in existing training at that time. So if we look at the, there we go. So I apologize for the busyness of this slide. There's 2 parts to this. The top part looks specifically at fair and impartial policing because that was the request of this commission. But back also, well, sorry, this mixture of implicit bias training and fair and impartial, again, there's many other concepts woven into fair and impartial, including concepts related to community trust building, leadership, transparency, accountability. So the bottom half of that chart reflects the related courses where maybe it's not so focused on implicit bias, but other components of bias and where we have done that training in the past. So all command staff were trained in December of 2014, roughly 120, and now we have moved that training into command development. I would say that since 2014, we have not had a command development class. We are starting the next class actually tomorrow. So that will be for the new up and commanding command level officers. Then the probationary officers. So that started with the PSL program, the Police Sciences and Leadership program that we have talked about before, which just started last January. So since we have implemented that, we have trained 256 officers. We did not have that training before. So that is a new training that came out of, that was enhanced because of the train the trainer that occurred. Field training officers, again, a new training that occurred, and that one started in June. As present, that's 155 FTOs who have been trained in that. And moving forward, they estimate we have roughly 370 FTOs who will need to go through the update training this year.
How many?
370. So,
and are they going? Who is training them? The people that were trained in the 23 people that were trained. Okay.
Yes. So, but even out of that, what we've learned is sort of with the FTOs, there's people who have either more credibility or comfort in conveying this content and information. And so we've kind of leaned heavily probably on 3 or 4 people who have practiced this. And since we're only doing it once a month, I think the other thing that we're seeing is getting people proficient in being able to deliver this content. It takes practice. And so on a monthly basis, it's, we're building that skill set. Excuse me. So we do anticipate through the end of this year we will be caught up then on the number of FTOs who are out there. As for all recruits, we have 33.5 hours broadly assigned to cultural competencies and differences, human relations. But within that, there's 8 hours at the Museum of Tolerance, which is specifically focused and does cover implicit bias, unconscious bias, and the different ramifications of that specific in policing. So we implemented that in 2004, and so since then, all recruits have gone through that. I think, as I've mentioned before, we want to look at the development of a police officer. So while we recognize that as an initial training point in the academy, we continue to evaluate and analyze where else can we continue to influence on this topic. Which is related to the courses below. So in 2013, although that's a few years ago now, vehicle stops, constitutional law, and bias policing was an in-service course that we gave to all patrol officers. Chief, were you? No, okay.
No, go ahead. Doing good.
We continue to send people to the Museum of Tolerance for a number of reasons. One is that they already have post-approved curriculum, and they have people who consistently are used to dealing both with law enforcement and the community on these topics and are proficient and capable and competent at having these discussions. The 10-hour course, Building Community Trust and Racial Profiling, has been met with both good reviews, and last year we did roughly 490 people went through that. So the 917 reflects a 2-year space. For a while we had only 24 presentations offered a year. Then we've increased that to 40 per fiscal year, and we are continuing to talk to them about how to increase, maybe if we can, those courses.
How are the individuals selected that go through that program?
Generally, people are looking at their CPT. When I get to the training plan at the end, I'll mention something more specifically and directed about that.
What's CPT?
Continuing professional training. In the state of California, every officer has to, at a minimum, have 24 hours of training every 2-year cycle. That's called, in their words, continuing professional training.
Okay.
Again, last summer.
Ma'am, you've interrupted the meeting now several times. If you interrupt again, I'm going to ask you to leave.
In summer of 2015, we had the department do a department-wide training on the preservation of life and public trust, and that also continued some of this conversation about public trust building and transparency, accountability, and even looking at our past history and where we've been. The course that we're finishing up now, the Use of Force Update, has a block on leadership and public trust, again, which that discussion is primarily about having officers recognize their presence in the community, and also that they are in a continual place of education and understanding, both of themselves and the community. The public trust piece is certainly looking at the discussions and concerns that this commission has, as well as the national conversation that is going on around policing right now. So while we're finishing up that course, it is, as we go into our next 2-year training cycle, we will be looking at what needs to be implemented in that next use of force update. So the final question, a strategy to provide the training. Some courses have already started their changes, while others are under review and still need to be modified. The delay sometimes is that once we modify a course, an existing course that we have, it has to go through post-certification, and that can take a little while for that process to take place. The brand new blocks of instruction, as I mentioned, were the field training officers, now civilian staff and civilian supervisor school. We wanted to implement some fair and impartial policing discussion in there, which we didn't have before. Updates are being required for supervisor school, supervisor update, and command development. So we had the discussions there before, but now we want to pull from the curriculum that we received and update those conversations. So this is the overarching plan that we're still doing, and I think I just kind of walked through that. Let's see if there's anything new on there. So for the in-service officers building community trust and racial profiling, we have an upcoming training coordinators meeting, and what sometimes is difficult because of our legacy systems with tracking training, but what we'll have the training coordinators do is look at who has and has not been through the Museum of Tolerance in the last 3 years, I would say, and start to prioritize those officers for attending in this next cycle. The other thing that we're looking at, Post Sacramento has been aware and looking at these different discussions. They've put together a procedural justice video, so we are currently assessing that for how to incorporate that in other places of our training. It could be in an e-learning, or it could be something incorporated into a course department-wide. Finally, we've had the privilege of collaborating again with the commission and are looking at in the last year learning how to implement this, and our lessons learned from that is certainly we don't want to do this too quickly or make it a check the box kind of training. So we want it to be worthwhile and to do it correctly. So having said that, we are working with you to see if and evaluate some upcoming training, and if there's an alternative way to enhance the department and the members of the department by looking at some outside training. That we're currently doing that.
Great. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. So, and this just goes to, I'm sort of interested in how and if, or how our training is linked to our specific outcomes or our expectations. Or to say it differently, how do we expect or determine whether or not our training is effective in terms of the behaviors, practices, performance of officers? I'm asking the question because, again, my belief is that what you measure, you achieve, and with respect to certain tactical training, we have very specific ways of measuring proficiency, competency, or outcomes-based measurements. Have we thought about, or are there outcomes-based measurements or some sort of either quantitative or qualitative evaluation of the impacts of the trainings that we're discussing?
You want to take that one? I'll jump on.
Well, I think that is an area that we continue to not just want to work on, but to work on. Certainly we can evaluate a course at the end of it and people give you an immediate response to it. But then I think we will need to work more closely with operations to try to identify the actual outcomes that we would see. I don't know in my conversations with other professionals across the country of any outcomes that anyone has identified yet. I think that is a shared concern, but not quite sure what exactly would be the definitive metric that would identify not just this training, but multiple other trainings.
No, and I understand that. And you're responsible for development of training programs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then who's responsible for implementation?
So implementation is covered under training. So my team will work with the subject matter experts in training division or in their various areas of expertise, and then we will hand that off to the experts who will implement the course itself. So training division primarily, but also there are other entities like the mental health, the mental evaluation unit runs the mental health intervention course. So
There are some, to expand upon what Dr. Pinnell was saying, we do have some checks and balances. There are evaluations of the actual instructors in the classroom. There are evaluations of the class. We have post-inspectors, auditors that come in and inspect the class. Every 3 years, the academy is held to a certification that if you fail that audit, it's really intensive, they shut you down. So there are some checks and balances to prove the qualities, so to speak, of the instruction. The problem, and what Dr. Pinnell says, what we would like, and this is one of the reasons we pursued a relationship with UCI, University of California, Irvine, is to create a research institute. What we are lacking is someone from the outside, specifically academics, to come in and look at our programs and to go ahead and give it an academic evaluation of it. We look forward to that relationship building. The chief and I were at a conference last year where they announced that. We're still in the building stages of it, but I think that might lead to some of what you're talking about.
Well, in addition to the academic piece of this, I'm actually, and perhaps it's a conversation with operations, I'm actually interested in how we intend that, or what our intentions are with respect to what would be manifested in the field, actually, as a matter of practice, and how comprehensively we thought about what or how we would measure that from an operations perspective. So let me give you an example. Chief Beck indicated during the bias policing hearing that the department was long aware of, or that frankly, let me not misquote him, that he was long aware of the specific issues that were illuminated in the survey of attitudes in the communities, and in particular in the African American community, frankly, that he didn't need a survey to tell him that. So my question to you then is there an expectation that our investment in the kinds of training that Dr. Pinnell is describing, and that we certainly are driving toward, is it our expectation that that training would contribute to some different either practice or process, and or that would in some manner show up in some identifiable way in perhaps community trust? Since that's what we're talking, so that that really, at the end of the day, is the nub of what we're talking about, not just what we're doing in the academy, but how that's translating to other areas. And I'm simply asking if we have thought about how we link those things together in a way that measures it. I mean, if we have, that's great. If we haven't, is it possible that we could begin to do that?
That's a question for me.
Okay.
Because that's a macro question about how training affects the Los Angeles Police Department. And
Okay, that's fine.
so the reason, primary reason that we have put so much time, effort, and money into community surveys and intend to do the same is to measure change. And while I did say that I didn't need a survey to tell me that in the African American community we have a larger gap of confidence than in other communities, I do need a survey to tell me if we improve that gap or if we shrink that gap. That's why we're doing the surveys. That is also why we want to do the surveys at a more micro level than just the department, so that we can tell various commands that have issues with confidence, and that we can work towards those. And that's one of the things that I would expect the surveys to help us do, is to validate the training that we're providing. But there's more than just a survey. You know, the Police Commission sees this bias policing complaint report. You know, we would expect to see changes in that. We would expect to see changes in complaints relative to discourtesy, particularly in communities of color. We would expect to see deeper relationships during the investigative process, and hopefully an increase in our ability to solve violent crime, particularly gang crime, because that is so much an issue of public confidence. So there are a number of metrics that we will continue to look at, but you know, we are just a few steps into this journey. You know, a couple of years of training, which is what we're talking about, you know, is going to take a while to move these indicators, because they're huge indicators, and we really just have one baseline survey now.
No, I thank you, and I appreciate that response. So I think what I would be interested in seeing, certainly not next week, but well before or it's certainly by next quarter, is I'd like a report on really both how we intend to establish at least the tools, or what tools we'll be using to benchmark change. And also with respect to surveys, I think that while I wholeheartedly support further evaluation of that kind, as I recall, I don't recall, frankly, whether or not they were actually funded. I thought that there was some question.
They were funded by a combination of the Police Foundation, and also grant money.
No, I understand that. I just mean that if that is a tool that we are using to evaluate, among the tools that we're using to evaluate or to measure the effectiveness in a sort of macro way of some of these efforts, then I would be concerned if we weren't also allocating funds that were reliable as opposed to just grant funds to effectively and to, in proper increments, do a thorough evaluation.
We requested in the budget, right, George?
Yeah, yes, we requested, I believe it was over $250,000 in the budget for the
Okay,
17-18.
I just want to make sure that
But
that's
the
there.
problem is that is an easily cut item, which is beyond my control. So one of the reasons that we look for civilian oversight is
understand.
to help us locate funding for projects that are important to the police department, like this one is. And so, we appreciate the emphasis on it, but I think that the way forward is to build public support, which is part of what we're doing now, for measuring the police department as it relates to implicit bias and bias policing and our performance. And the best way that I know to do that is by a survey instrument. And if there are better ways, then we'll look at those. But the funding is difficult. I mean, we have a large budget, but it's very specific as to what the monies can be spent on.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate both the presentation and the engagement and discussion, and look forward to continuing to discuss these topics. Thank you.
Do we do any surveys of the officers on how they view the effectiveness of the training?
Each individual class will have evaluations.
And Luann, but talk about your continuing education process with the academy classes, because you'll be looking back at it again when they come back the third time, right?
Right. Well, with the police sciences and leadership, we bring them back already at 11 months, but we are actually probably we'll do a pilot this spring on the PSL2 where we bring them back at the 2-year mark. So each time we build that, we also get to build in sort of the next generation of what it is that we learn from social sciences, from our communities and things like that. To
give a brief description of the program so that everybody remembers what we're talking about.
Okay. So what we are doing, and actually with our partners at John Jay College and people that we've talked to there, they have mentioned as well that they haven't seen another department take this kind of effort on, of bringing back officers at 11 months right before they make probation. So we know that they've gotten through the primary hurdles of their field training experience, and in another month they will be officers. But we bring them back as a class for twofold. One is that the cohort that they have in the academy, they're all at the same level. And so when we put frontline officers into a large department training, we're concerned that they lose their voice. They won't speak up about possibly the things that they see that are different from the academy and reality. And so we really want them to bring that forward, bring forward the things that feel either inconsistent or that you wonder about, or because what we know is that if your thinking is faulty, you'll probably replicate faulty behaviors afterward. Mm-hmm. And so we want to make sure and catch that before they make it to the P2.
We have order, please.
To the next level, and that they are now full members of the department. So in this training, we look at fair and impartial policing. We look at communication skills. We let them practice again how to do better interviews. And in the past, officers would do thousands of field interviews and not get trained on interviewing skills until they went to detective school. And many of them don't go to detective school. So we wanted to intervene sooner so that those kinds of community contacts are better, more productive, more helpful, and both for the officer and for either the victim or the community member that they're involved with. So during that week, we also revisit discussions on use of force. Use of force, how do they have mindfulness in the moment and manage their physical reactions and emotional reactions and incorporate their tactics in a safe way, but also to continue that enhancement of human relations skills and awareness. At the end of that course, they will do a presentation back on community trust building that each group has to give. And then we have our community relations. We make sure that our own instructors aren't the ones, after they've been with them all week, to evaluate that project. We have community relations come in and help them consider the pros and cons of maybe what they've suggested. But we've also had community relations say, we're going to move on some of those good ideas because there are our newest officers saying, why can't we do this in community trust building? Why can't we do this about community relationships? It's really exciting to see their level of passion and excitement about making a difference the next generation of law enforcement. And then they move the second week into the mental health intervention training, where, as some of you have had the opportunity to go, but in a different way, we also address bias there, stigma as it relates to mental health. But they also go out and do a number of scenarios, and we emphasize de-escalation in that course as well. So we want to give them a strong foundation as they move into becoming a full-fledged officer, but then we don't want to take that for granted. So we'll bring them back in 2 years to both because that coincides with the post-mandated requirements, and we know that we will meet and exceed those requirements by doing the next level. And so that's what we're working on right now.
And there's a plan to have a third year of it as well, right?
And then 2 years later, we'd have the last iteration. So what it would do is fundamentally give us the first foundational 5 years of an officer's career. We could be much more in tune. I think when the chief and I first had this conversation, we said, we know every officer gets the academy, but can we ensure that what we know every officer gets in the first 5 years is fundamental and critical to their development? Thank you for the support on that, because without that, it's a hard thing to move forward. However, we're seeing both a really responsive group, and they are challenged by what's ahead of them in law enforcement, but also excited to make a difference.
Right. Go ahead.
Just to add real quickly to that, and really on the feedback, our ability in training to get feedback from the streets, we get it at every level. One is the probationary level. They come back at the 11th month, the third year when it's PSL2 is implemented, and then the 5th year. So that's 240 hours of instruction. And every time we're in the class with them, they're giving us feedback, what works, what doesn't. Remember, the style of the classroom is problem-based learning with facilitators. It's not lecture. So we want to know what they're thinking, what works for us, so they give us that feedback. In addition, when you get to the next level, FTO is updates. They have to come back every 3 years to do now 32 hours of instruction. It was required 24 by the state. Same thing. They're in the business of training the new officers, so they're going to tell us what's working and what's not working so that we can fix it. If there's some training that we're not providing them to be successful, then you keep going up the rank structure. The same happens. Sergeants have to come back. Lieutenants as watch commander, and so we have a pretty good feedback network.
So what I think will be critical for our department and moving our department forward is that first 5 years, about 5 years, maybe 4 or 5 years, is when officers also want to become an FTO. And so in the past, our FTOs didn't have that foundation before they became an FTO. And I think this will continue to expand and replicate a stronger officer and a stronger FTO.
I think lastly, it's not just the training that we provide, it's just the philosophy that we have as an organization as a whole. When you look at the organizations, the expectations of the chief of police and all of its senior members, as well as the command staff, we have a great deal of involvement in the community. And they're not programs that are just a gloss over programs, but these are foundational to the reason why we exist as an organization, and that's to serve the community. So we go from, the cadet programs, we go to the CSP programs and the different housing developments. We have programs we're dealing with at-risk youth in terms of juvenile intervention, the Jeopardy programs. We have programs where some of our senior lead officers are taking our kids to the beach. We have others that are doing horse therapy in terms of providing them access to different venues. So there's a whole host. We have 168 senior lead officers that are involved in each of their individual respective communities, interacting with the neighborhood councils, interacting with the different community groups. We have coaches that are sworn police officers that are coaching Little League, football. We have them as well as in Girl Scout troops. So it's not simply training that we provide, but it's the expectation of the interactions and the relationships that we have, and it's philosophically embedded in everything we do. And relationship policing, where the chief has taken this organization, is to greater levels and heights in the entire nation.
Great.
May I say something, please? Thank you. I was born in Los Angeles in 1957. Difficult thing to say out loud because it certainly gives a huge tip off to how very
Makes
old
you younger than
I
the
am.
chief, though.
Yeah, but probably not by
And
a
Mr.
lot.
Chief ain't
I say that because, I remember the LAPD in 1968. 1977, 87, 97, and I know the LAPD today. It would be incredibly dishonest to not acknowledge the tremendous change that this organization has undergone over the course of my lifetime. I'm sorry, I'm speaking. Just let me
Have
speak.
order, please.
Please. And what I also know is 25 years ago, the conversation we're having in this room would be unheard of. It is remarkable that we are having a discussion in this room about matters that are this difficult. I know it's a hard conversation to have, but it's a conversation that we're going to have to keep having because despite progress, we're not there.
Absolutely, and we will continue.
Just let me finish. I say it because I think it's important and only fair to acknowledge that there are people that have and that continue to work and to try to address the concerns that are raised broadly, large and small. I just also have to acknowledge that I have no difficulty and no pushback against people who continue to raise those concerns because when it's happening to you, it's real. The only way that we're going to get where we want to get is if we're all willing to continue to have the conversation regardless of how uncomfortable it makes us, how either unfair we sometimes think allegations are, and frankly, from the perspective of those who need to see more, in addition to pushing, it is my sincere hope that there will also be recognition where progress is made. It's always too long, but we'll be here as long as it takes. But it's always too long. Again, to the members of the department that are here making the presentation, to those of you who I know
Can we please have
struggle
order?
with this.
If there's something you would like to add to the conversation, please submit a comment card. You will have 2 minutes to express yourself.
And I'll stop talking because I've talked more than 2 minutes. So I just want to say, I just want to express today my appreciation for every person engaged in this, both from the department, members of the public, and my own personal commitment to continue to engage and to do it respectfully and with hope. So thank you.
Thank you. I just have a few observations. First of all, I think this is terrific. I think we have a ton of work to do. We know that if this was easy, it would have been done before. If there was a training program that we knew worked and was a magic bullet, we would have done it a long time ago. Can we please have order? The PSL training, as I've said numerous times, I've witnessed it firsthand. I thought it was terrific. It was very, not just the content, but the way it was presented was very engaging. I've heard anecdotally many times from people that have gone through it how much they appreciated and how valuable they thought it was. Same thing with the use of force update training, which emphasized de-escalation skills. I witnessed it firsthand. I thought the scenarios were very good. They were very engaging. And I've heard from many officers, not just young officers, but officers that have been on the job for many, many years, how valuable they thought it was. I had many people tell me that in their many years on the force, it was the best training that they've had. Frankly, and I think it goes to how tricky the subject matter is, and we've talked about this. On the fair and impartial policing training, this is harder. It's harder for people to accept. It's harder for people to learn. And I go back to my earlier question about the surveys of the officers of what's working, because I think we have to continue to look at what's working, what's effective, what's not effective, how can we change things, how can we tweak things so we can keep evolving, so that when we take officers off the street, we're not just checking boxes to say we've done X number of hours, but that the training that we're giving them is effective. And I know that this is something you all care deeply about. Chief, I know it's something you care deeply about. We've spent many hours talking about it. And I appreciate the department's continued commitment to this issue. I can tell you that it is something that this board is fully committed to. And we'll just have to continue iterating and improving and living up to our quality through continuous improvement motto on the wall. I know we have some public comment on this.
Yes, sir.
Item.
We have 6 comment cards. The first 3, Paula Miner, Michael Novick, and Michael Williams.
Good morning.
Good morning. We just heard a lot of words about implicit bias, racial profiling, what's manifested in the field, examples of reality, and then community trust. There's a social media system that exists all across the nation, especially in neighborhoods, and it exists in the city of Los Angeles, called Nextdoor.com. And you join that system based on where you live, your address, and a certain number of people are part of that blog. I belong to one called Nextdoor.com, and Neighbors post issues on the site, and then other neighbors comment and respond. In addition to about 3,000 neighbors in our geographical area, we do have a senior lead officer from LAPD. But I did want to enter into the record a posting that was just done this week from one of our neighbors. And it says, my son and best friend, both college students, pulled over by LAPD at 52nd and Crenshaw, told to get out of the car, handcuffed before asking for license and registration, asked several times, where are you going? Where are you going? When the answer was given, it was asked of the passenger. When the driver said where they were going, they were asked again. 2 other cars were pulled up, so we had 6 policemen, 2 young black men, college students, 18 and 19 years old, home for the holidays. In any case, the 6 police officers had a conference behind the car for about 10 minutes. Then they said, you can go, get out of here. They handed them back. He said, what happened? Just leave. No citation, no warning, no nothing. And you talk about trust in the neighborhood. These are kids, 2-parent households, going to college, home for the weekend. What were they guilty of? DWB, driving while black. Implicit bias, racial profiling continues to go on. I don't know when any of the things discussed here get to the street. That's right. And you can see this on the site. I didn't make it up.
Michael Novik, please.
I got in too late to comment on the consent decree items, but I just want to point out that there's over $210,000 given to the LAPD this week alone in these grants on top of a budget that exceeds more than half of the entire city budget. I think your responsibility as a commission should be to refuse all those grants and tell the people who are making them to turn the money over to social service agencies that serve the community. You talk about fair and impartial policing, and you try to make it a training individual officers when the problem is that the whole system that the police department is embedded in is not fair or impartial. It's racist. It's white supremacist. There's a axiom that says the law in its majesty forbids the rich and the poor alike from sleeping on the bridges. And if the police are enforcing a law against sleeping on the bridges, we know who they're arresting and criminalizing. It's the poor, it's the homeless, it's black. And so if you have the task of trying to improve the community's trust in the police department as a commission and you're not dealing with that, it's hopeless. The first thing you need to do is try to improve the community's trust in the police commission, which would involve becoming independent of the police department, not meeting inside the LAPD headquarters, going out into the community, getting out of your comfort zone and listening to people where they live. And then maybe people have a little bit of trust in you to exercise civilian oversight. Otherwise, the rest of this stuff is, to put it politely, putting lipstick on a pig. I taught school for many years, and they train teachers, and one of the first things they talk about, they give us a little cartoon. It says, I taught my dog to whistle. And, and they say, well, can the dog whistle? No, but I didn't say it learned how to whistle. I just said I taught the dog to whistle. So if what you're doing here is teaching people how to be unbiased, and the entire system is based on bias and white supremacy, it's a fool's errand.
Michael Williams, followed by Trevor Gerard and Hamid Khan.
So you talk about progress within the police department, yet we have one of the highest, especially in California and Los Angeles, leads the way of California, and the most people killed by police in this year, last year, and the year before. So where's the progress actually happening? Where do we actually see this progress being done? Because people are still getting killed. Bodies are still being lost. You talk about creating trust between the community. I don't know if Jose Mendez's family is here, but if they are, I ask them, do they want trust in the police, or do they just want their son? Do they just want their child to not die? We don't need your trust. We don't need your help. You are a burden on us. You literally drain resources continually from us, our communities, so that we can help our own communities. You are literally parasites on us. And then you continue to kill us. You continue to murder us. and expect us to give you accommodations, to expect us to work with you. We don't need you. We don't need any of you police officers in the room. What we need y'all to do is to stop murdering us. That's a simple enough task. I don't think that's an unreasonable statement. Is stop killing us. Stop taking our family members' lives. Stop. We don't need you to come in our communities and clean it up. We don't need you to come in our communities and help us rebuild it. We don't need you to come in our communities and do anything but leave us out of your petty and destructive and dysfunctional system. That's what we need you to do. And so when you talk about progress, show me where the progress is. Statistically, evidentially, where is the progress being made?
Trevor Gerard, followed by Hamid Khan.
Good morning. So it's absurd to even see a presentation talking about fair and impartial policing. Policing is racist because society is racist, right? And even to go to Bustamante's own report, from 2012 to 2014, you had 1,356 allegations of bias policing, and zero were founded, right? That implies a mass level of collusion, corruption, abuse of power, and just plain willingness to lie to not only the public but to yourselves, right? So you granted however many dollars it was to do a survey in a city of almost 4 million people, and the best you can do was come up with 2,004 people for that survey, right? No, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And particularly if we're talking about you have a civilian oversight board where people are colluding with the police, right? Matt Johnson served me with a temporary restraining order that lists him as a city employee. Right? He used the LAPD as his personal security force to come and detain me, and then had 5 or 6 people come to serve me with a restraining order. Right? For your own personal, and it's a civil restraining order, meaning you got knocked back at the criminal court, so you had to go with that bullshit. It's family court. I just came from there. I expected to see you there, but you weren't there. So what we're here about is Jose Mendez, who was 16. Jesse Romero was 14. And we could go on and on and on with this list of people whose family members have been taken from them. And you're going to sit here and put on this little dog and pony show about fair and impartial policing. You're lying to yourselves. You're liars and criminals.
Next speaker, Hamid Khan, followed by Miriam Nicole and Kwazi Nkrumah.
Fix the clock, please. So, in addition to liars, I mean, this is what the shock absorbers for the systems do. They sit there, they rubber stamp, they ask a few questions, but never go to the heart of the problem. We've had McCone Commission, we've had Christopher Commission, we've had the consent decree, we've had diversity trainings, we've had diversity. We were supposed to be the most diverse police department in the country. But still, we murder the most people. We talk about fair and impartial, right? But yet we don't talk about the tools that are not fair and that are biased and that are bigoted. Yesterday, the Oakland Police Department and the City of Oakland rejected predictive policing. Richmond Police Department rejected predictive policing. Burbank Police Department rejected predictive policing. What do? We give contracts. We give contracts to companies. We give contracts. Here is this architecture, which is inherently biased, because not only are they shock absorbers for the system, because the system is flawed by design. And this is what they have. License plate readers, predictive policing, suspicious activity reporting, drones, body cameras, you name it. Every tool that these folks have to be biased, to profile us racially, and to be prejudiced, and bigoted, and violent, and murderous, and conspiracies, and liars. So this is what we are dealing with. We can have all the conversation, and I appreciate the effort that you're making, Cynthia McLean-Hill. But unless we go to the heart of this thing, and what has happened is that whole November 15th meeting, as if it's just gone. What did Professor Song Richardson do? This gentleman is talking about partnering with UCI. Well, they invited Song Richardson from UCI, and she said exactly the same thing. Because policing, which is anchored in slave catching, which is anchored in recovering property, has to be racist, has to be bigoted, and you can't change that. It is not going to happen regardless if you team up with USC or UCI or MIT or Harvard. So unless these tools that are given to them, which lead to the mass murders, which lead to the lies, it's not going to change. You're going to have all this bullshit, and this is what you're going to have is these shock absorbers for the system.
Thank you. Miriam Nicole.
So I think it's just really rude, especially someone, even though I didn't go to school in LA, but someone who went to a school that was defunded and in different ways, that you guys are up here talking about curriculum. Like, it's just a slap in the face. And a lot of you guys, especially, I don't know about the police officers, but I know not a lot, the police officers that I've talked to haven't gone to school. I know a lot of you guys are educated. So I think we should, it's really rude that you guys are talking about schooling and curriculum and training when kids can't even, the kids you guys are terrorizing in the schools can't get books, don't have resources. So I think you guys just need to be defunded and be out of schools.
Thank you. Kwasi Nkrumah.
I'm Kwasi Nkrumah. I'm the co-chair of the Martin Luther King Coalition of Greater Los Angeles. A lot of you know I don't come to the Police Commission that often, and I will say again what I have said many times before. I don't think that we should be spending too much time at this Police Commission. We need to be here when people are being killed. The work that you all who've been coming here week after week for the past year and a half or more has been doing is very important. We need protest movements raising our concerns and exposing the corruption that is going on. But we need much more than that now, particularly with the evolution that's going on in the country nationally. We need real power, not just raising our voices. We need to organize our communities. We need to be replacing this police commission, and we can do this in Los Angeles, which people cannot do in other cities. We can do it through a ballot initiative. We need to be organizing block by block, community by community, getting the families, the friends, the neighbors of those who have been victims of injustice signed on to put the issue of an elected police commission with hiring and firing powers on the ballot in Los Angeles. And we need to do this while we still have political rights to do it with. Now, we are with you. The MLK Coalition is with you. I just came from court with some folks who were up on charges because of their protest activity here. We support that. But we've reached the same point that the Civil Rights Movement reached in 1962 when people had to make a decision as to whether they were going to continue to mainly protest about voting rights or actually get down in the communities at the grassroots level and organize people for power. And that is what SNCC did in the South, and that is what we need to be doing all over this country today. And we've got to build community power locally because it's being snatched away from us nationally. So we support you. We urge you to come out on the 20th. We are boycotting the Kingdom Day Parade for the third time in 8 years. We are encouraging people to come out on the 20th to fight against hate and the denial of human rights everywhere. Come out and join us and many other groups. And I also understand that BLM is going to be doing a car caravan that day, and we're going to support that too. But help us to build community power. There'll be information up on Facebook by the end of this week.
Thank you. And there are no other comment cards on this item?
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're now on item 2C, Department's verbal presentation and discussion relative to the status of recommendations on numbers 1, 2, and 7 contained in the Office of the Inspector General's report, comparative review of selected agency policies, investigations, and training on the use of force, OIG final report.
Mr. President, for the record, recommendation 7 will not be addressed today. The staff that needs to present that is not available.
Okay.
So it'll be on recommendations 1 and 2.
Great,
Good morning. I'm George Villegas. I'm the Chief at Administrative Services.
Good morning. Dr. Kevin Jablonski, Chief Psychologist, Behavioral Science Services.
Bill Murphy, Commanding Officer, Police Sciences and Training Bureau.
Captain John McMahon, Commanding Officer, Use of Force Review Division.
Commissioners, on October 6th, the Officer Inspector General provided a report to the Police Commission entitled Comparative Review and Selected Agencies, Policies, Investigations, and Training on Use of Force. And there was 9 recommendations that were made to this commission and for follow-up actions for the police department. So today's presentation will be specifically to address, although this says recommendation number 2, it's also is going to touch recommendation number 1 and in part touch upon recommendation number 4. And I think that before we get into the presentation, there was a great deal of discussion, meetings that took place. We've spoken to the Inspector General's office and their staff, and we've spoken to a number of our BSS doctors, and there was a process that they engaged in to come up with this, as well as members of the TTRC, or the Tactics Training Review Committee, some of our subject matter experts. So collectively, this is an entire representation of what we've done so that we can provide a brief presentation. We've opened up projects with a Policy Planning Division, and we'll have 2 special orders that will address the issues with respect to this presentation.
Great, thank you.
Okay, to begin with the presentation, I'm not going to read that. There's a lot of words. So when we get to the 3rd slide, I'll actually recap it real quickly. But that is recommendation number 1. That's recommendation number 2. This is really what it means. That you directed us to conduct a comprehensive review, look at the return to field process, see if we could improve upon that, look at the general training update process, see if we could improve upon that, and actually also look at the psychological and support for the officers and determine if we could provide more for them if they're involved in specifically an officer-involved shooting. It's probably best to go through this PowerPoint presentation from the perspective of what happens with an officer in an officer-involved shooting. So that's how I'm going to present it to you. And it'll be a good education for you, and we'll point out where we're going to recommend new changes to the process. So you'll see the current one plus the new changes. So what happens? An officer-involved shooting occurs. Many people are required to respond. Force Investigation Division, Officer Inspector General responds, the district attorney, and obviously the area and bureau commanding officers will be there. Now, what's the commanding officer responsibility? Having done this many, many times in my career, you have to respond to the scene. The first thing that you do, remember we're talking about support for the officer, is the first thing I ever always did was go right to the officers and see if they were okay. How did they feel? When you're in part of that process, you're also required.
We have order, please. If you have a comment on this item, please submit a card. Otherwise, please be quiet while we're hearing the presentation.
And also when you respond there, you have to analyze the OIS specifically in the tactics. I'll get into that. One of the new procedures that we're going to recommend here is to provide an officer-involved shooting process pamphlet. That's being created right now that will be given to the officers to explain the process that they're about to go through, which I will take you through step by step. But it'll be a handout to them. We currently do that verbally, but it's good to put it down on paper and give it to them. Okay, when you get there as a commanding officer, you are looking for, under consideration, the general training update at the 72-hour mark, which we'll review in a second. These considerations are in your head. Did it meet the policy? Were there tactical communications or planning issues, and all the way down that? Now, with the new tactical directive on de-escalation, it will be the responsibility of a commanding officer to also look at that tactical directive, look at patrol, and see if they were meeting those. Was there planning involved? Was there time? And so on. Because when they get to the general training update in the Use of Force Review Board, they're going to have to go over those. So that's new to this process. All right, a 72-hour briefing, what occurs when the commanding officer is they're going to have to recap their assessment of what they saw, including their support for the officer, basically the psychological, their view of what they think the officer, how they're reacting to it. They'll certainly present their findings on tactics and recommendations for the general training update. They'll confirm that behavioral science services have recommended a return to field. Now, the new one down at the bottom, and they actually do recommend themselves that there should be a return to field based on the experience that they've had going to the scene, preparing for the general training update. Now, a new one, and I can let Kevin talk about this, Dr. Jablonski, but BSS will have a voluntary peer support program. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you have 20 people who are peer support trained officers or supervisors. They've been involved in officer-involved shootings in the past, so they have personal knowledge about it. That program is in progress of being developed, and I don't know if you want to speak any more to it.
I think you covered the main parts, but we have over 320 peer support members within the department. Last month, what we did is survey those individuals and look to see who is interested in participating with additional training in this specialized cadre that would then, on a voluntary basis, do outreach to officers who are interested and provide peer support, while BSS will continue to provide psychological assistance and professional services. And at the moment, we're up to about 28 individuals. We plan on training them in the course of the next 2 months, and then as part of the brochure, part of the information that will be communicated to the officer from the get-go, we will communicate to them that they have the option of speaking to somebody who's been through this before as well as a peer.
So that also is new to the program. Going on, this is concurrent for return to field as it currently exists. The Bureau Commanding Officer has to agree to it. The Director, which is the 3-star Assistant Chief, would have to agree. Obviously, the final decision is up to the Chief of Police. And certainly in the past, the Chief of Police has restricted return to field for many reasons. It could be the tactics, the shooting involved, could be the behavioral science aspect or the psychological one. What we recommend on this is that generally, and I put the word generally in there, no return to field until the GTU is completed. For the vast majority of them, they'll be held out until we can do that. But there are exceptions. Every once in a while, for example, like a SWAT team could get in a shootout where there could be 6 or 8 SWAT members. To pull them out for 3 weeks would be an operational, it would hurt us operationally. So that's why generally it's in there. The vast majority of people will be pulled out of the field until that. It had to be a very unique case that we wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we get to the commanding officers on the...
I'm sorry, just so on that, when does the GTU generally take place?
Currently, you have up to 90 days. The way it's right now, you have up to 90 days it has to be done. Most of the time, it would be done within 2 to 3 weeks. And we'll try to speed that process. Obviously, we're pulling the officers out of the field, so we're going to try to make it happen as fast as possible for it. General training update. A general training update is an update on, if you look at these topics right here, it says tactical communication, tactical planning, use of force, equipment, command and control. If they get involved in an officer-involved shooting, they have to go to a force option simulator. That tests their basically ability to articulate. When we throw them in scenarios, do they understand the use of force policy? Can they go ahead and apply the use of force policy correctly? That's what occurs in it. Now, the new thing is that they'll be required on the TAC directive on de-escalation to actually be trained on it and be able to understand patrol. We went through that. We presented this in the past.
You can just spend a minute, because when you say patrol, I think you and I know what it means, but most people
Yeah,
don't.
Planning is the first one. The officers do planning.
Patrol is an acronym that describes different de-escalation.
Yeah, it's a way... It's a way for the officers to quickly be able to understand techniques to de-escalate a particular situation, if you think of it from that perspective. So we, in that TAC directive, created a definition of what de-escalation is, and for them to remember it and be able to apply it, it's good to have an acronym. So if you say to them in a training situation, hey, explain to me back how you would do de-escalation, they'd say, well, patrol. And what is patrol? Planning. Did you have a plan? Assessment, that's the A. Did you assess the situation, continuously look for other ones? I don't have it in front of me. T is time. Time is a concept on tactical concepts where you're trying to buy time, because if you buy the time, it gives you ability to get resources, to come up with a plan in the first place, to communicate. So R would be redeployment and containment of the situation. It gives us a benefit if we can contain the situation, we can slow it down, we can bring other resources there. O is other resources. So if you may need additional equipment that you don't have. You may need additional officers. L is lines of communication. That means at any given time from the beginning of the incident to the end, you need to be able to communicate not only with each other, but other officers coming to the field. You have to know what each other knows. So when you do all of those, that's why we created that patrol acronym. It should reduce the probability of escalating use of force situations. That's why we teach it. Okay. All right. I'm not going to read all this, but one of the directions that you did, you asked us to go ahead and add reality-based training to it. I'll give it to you in simple words. Reality-based training is trying to duplicate the field in an environment where the officers, you could test their stress levels. But obviously, we're not the military. We can't fire live rounds at people. We just got to put them in an environment that gets their stress level up and to see how they react to it. It's an accepted terminology in law enforcement. So what you wanted us to do is to add more reality-based training. First off, let me explain what the types of reality-based training is as we defined it on the LAPD. First off, reality-based training is using a force option simulator or any other type of simulator. Remember, what a simulator is trying to do is put the officer in that predicament. It could be an active shooter, it could be a domestic violence. So we get to test their thinking ability, their articulation of policy, their articulation of tactics. That is reality-based training using simulators. Scenario-based training is when you go ahead and you put them in a scenario. You went to use of force update, if you saw some of that. That's actually the highest level. That's force on force, because where you're going against advanced instructors. In that case, many of those instructors were my tactical or firearms instructors or advanced area training coordinators. And there's usually technology involved. Simunitions, the public would call that paintball. And vest technology, we call that iCombat's the actual manufacturer. There's a consequence to the training on that. So if you get them in a scenario and you shoot them with a simunition, there's paint all over them. If on the iCombat technology they make a mistake, they get 1,000 volts of electricity. That increases the debriefing process. To be frank, you could say they can't say I did this great if they get paint all over themselves. So these are forms of reality-based training that we teach to. But I do want to stress without question that force option simulators is reality-based training. Now, what are some advantages to a force option simulator? Right now, there are 704. Milo is a company that designs these scenarios developed for FOS, the Force Option Simulator. And that's a lot. Now, not every one of those is geared to law enforcement. Some of them are for, like, corrections, but the vast majority are law enforcement. And not only the 704 in there, many of them branch. And what I mean by that is it could be a traffic stop where you have a scenario, but that traffic stop can be branched to the person pulls out a license, like when you request a license. The next time they could pull out a weapon. So it's the same scenario kind of shot different ways. So it branches. It gives you ability to train it in different aspects. And we've invested a lot. We have FOS machines in every single station. We got them in this building. There's tens and tens of millions of dollars invested in simulators, and we certainly wouldn't want to walk away from it. They're great tools for us. And our area training coordinators are all trained. The adjuncts out in the field are trained on how to use this equipment. All right, so what is new? What we're going to add to it? We're creating a new train-the-trainer day for our area training coordinators and our adjunct instructors. That day will be actually this Thursday. We're going to bring everybody together. We're doing a new train-to-trainer session on force option simulators. So we're going to go over the scenarios. We're going to reinforce that we want them to match a scenario as best they can to the actual shooting that it is, the officer-involved shooting. And again, when hundreds of them in there, we have the ability to do that. We're going to emphasize de-escalation. We're going to go over that TAC directive, to talk about patrol and the definitions of de-escalation. And then what I do recommend, though, is that the area training coordinators or adjuncts, if they do the general training update, that they can select either using a force option simulator or a scenario. We can run some basic academy type scenarios for training purposes for them. that we wouldn't be able to get them up to speed as an academy instructor. It would take a lot of effort. So therefore, we would recommend that they'd be able to have the choice of using FOS for reality-based training or a scenario. All right, what's new on the support meetings? There's going to be a new commanding officer meeting after the general training update. So that'll be another support meeting where you sit down with the police officer, go over them, any concerns, how is their health, their mental status.
Who exactly will that be?
That would be the commanding officer. Usually it would be the patrol commanding officer. If not, it would be the area commanding officer. So there's at every station, there's 2 captains at the station. One of them will do it. And BSS will have 2 additional meetings. You know, they do a meeting right now before the 72 hours. They're going to add 2 additional ones, one after the GTU and one either prior to or just after a use of force review board. And I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but
just briefly, the commission was interested in expanding the number of mandated sessions. Currently, you might recall that it's 1 mandated session with additional, which is the determination of the psychologist following the clinical evaluation, with feedback to the commanding officer about return to field. We are adding 2 more mandated sessions, one of which, as the chief just mentioned, will occur 4 to 8 weeks later after the original session, and then a 3rd mandated, which will hopefully occur. We intend for it to occur 2 weeks prior to the use of force review board, because we looked at and analyzed where the most stressful situations for police officers are, and those were the 2 additional points in time at which we think that it's most distressing for officers when they go through this process. As has been the case, longstanding, that when a psychologist evaluates a police officer following the first session, if they feel that there's any reason or concern to, in fact, recommend that they not go into the field, that will be communicated to the commanding officer. And if they think that that individual needs to return for additional sessions, that will take place as well. We will continue to do the same practice for the mandated 2nd and 3rd sessions as well.
Okay. So I appreciate having 3 mandatory BSS meetings. I think that's great. Is the return to field still after just 1 session?
Yes.
Okay.
I
personally
one
think that
psychological
there should be
session.
at least 2 sessions before return to field assessment has been made, but we can come back to that.
Okay. Just moving on. Now, again, this would be an officer involved in the shooting. Leading up to the use of force review board, the commanding officer has to conduct what they call a walkthrough. They walk through the actual scene of the officer involved shooting. That's a support time that you sit there, having done it many times. You talk with the officers as you're walking through, make sure that they're okay. Now, the use of force guidelines are going to require the commanding officer, when they present to it, to go ahead and talk about de-escalation. They have to follow these new guidelines. They're being developed right now by Use of Force Review Division. When they give that presentation, they're going to make sure they talk about patrol and all those aspects when they talk about tactics. In fact, I was on the Use of Force board yesterday, and that message is already out there. The captain came in and delivered to this. Officers are encouraged to attend the Use of Force Review board. They'll be there, they'll listen to the decision, and depending upon what happens with the decision, many times there's a support meeting right then. Yesterday we had a use of force board. The commanding officer recommended that it be in policy. We recommended to be out of policy. That obviously created a situation right then that the officers were a little bit upset. The commanding officer is right on them, dealing with it right on the spot. So that's will happen. Police Commission,
what percentage of officers attend the use of force?
I'd say the majority today, most of them go. I would add 80, 90%. Okay. They want to hear the process and see it, and we encourage that. It's very good. Years ago they didn't, but it's very high now. In the Police Commission closed session, obviously you'll get a presentation, then you come up with the final decision. You're well aware of that process. After that, there's a tactical debrief session. Only training division conducts this because we have the best experts, subject matter experts on it. It's geared to the actual tactical debrief points of that were brought up in the investigation and during the use of force review board, or in fact, based on what the commission says. If they want to add something or have any concerns, we'll add tactical debrief points, as you're aware. And the training can be very, very extensive. I just put that Torrance OIS up there. That resulted in 142.5 hours of very, very specific training on that particular officer-involved shooting, so it can get in-depth. Support, there's actually one final support that the commanding officer has to do. After you adjudicate it, the police commission, it's written up in a report that gets sent back to the commanding officer. The commanding officer has to sit down with the officers and give them the results of your decision on police commission. That is a support entity. We talk with them, having done it many times myself. All right, so let me recap all of these changes. We created a new OIS process pamphlet. We'll hand it to them the night of the actual shooting. There's a new peer support program for the officers involved in it. And we're going to update 2 separate special orders. One's about the GTU and one's about BSS process. We're going to update the 72-hour briefing. We're adding that tactical directive on de-escalation. That has to be discussed. We updated the GTU with training processes. The new training on de-escalation will be part of it. We're training new training to the area training coordinators on the FOS, the Force Option Simulator, and scenarios from the Academy. They'll be trained on that. There's new BSS and CO support meetings after the general training update, a new BSS meeting before or after the actual use of force, and new use of force de-escalation guidelines that are being developed for the commanding officer to present to the use of force board. So quickly, just to recap now the support from behavioral sciences. They'll meet the officer prior to the 72-hour, right after the officer-involved shooting. They'll meet after the GTU, and they'll meet either prior to or after the use of force review board. Remember, as Dr. Jablonski said, they can meet as many times as their professional analysis recommends. That could be many, many times. We're just putting the minimums up here. And we're going to have a peer support program so they can certainly meet their voluntary peer support officers as many times as they'd like to. Now, recapping what commanding officers do in the support. You know, they respond to the scene. So that night, right after hours, generally short amount of time, they're talking with the officer, doing support. There's going to be a new meeting after the general training update. They always do support when they do a walkthrough prior to a use of force board. You know, when the decision comes down, there's many times if it's not what the officers thought, there'll be a promptu right there, and then the internal process report. So to recap that, there's a minimum of 8 meetings that will happen between BSS and the commanding officer, and that can go up based on psychological assessment, and you can add on to that how many times they want to meet on their own with a peer support officer. So that's a significant amount of meetings. Any questions?
If you have a question from the audience, please submit a card, and we're happy to hear them.
Thank you for that report. Appreciate the thoroughness of it. When the OIG's report originally came...
Can we have order again? Once again, can we please have order in the audience? If you have a comment, submit a card.
Originally came to the commission, one of my main areas of concern was this additional support for officers, both for their mental health and well-being, but also transparency and information during the review process. So I'm glad to see additional things put in place for that, and would like to pursue your suggestion, Commissioner Johnson, about additional support before officers go back into the field. And also wanted to ask if you could explain from your perspective the value of the train-the-trainer model in this particular context.
For the area training coordinators?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's very, very important. You know, we're going to rely on them on the general training update to do it, so that there's lots of scenarios in there. There's new methods that we use. We use problem-based learning. It gives an opportunity for them to reinforce the actual scenario as close as possible to the OAS, to reinforce the tactical directive on de-escalation, to make sure that they're training at the divisional level to the patrol, so that when we go and we ask as a commanding officer, if I ask an officer, what do you think de-escalation is, what we expect back is, well, it's patrol. I've been taught on that. That means planning, means assessment. It means, you know, buying time, all those factors that are in there. Critically important because they're going to be doing some of these general training updates, and we want to make sure that the message between the area trainers at the station level and training division at the centralized level are consistent. The methodologies we use, the way that we train is all the same. And it's a good refresher course. That machine has a lot of scenarios in it, so it's a good opportunity for us to talk amongst each other in that training day and say which ones we think are most effective for any given situation. So I think it will be very important for us to do it and have a frank discussion. It is very, very important. De-escalation is like the top priority for the department.
So there's two things I would like the department to consider further and come back. And one is having a minimum. I appreciate now that the GTU must occur before a return to the field. But I would like to consider a minimum period of time longer than 72 hours before a return to field decision is made, and also that there be 2 BSS meetings before a return to the field.
Okay.
So we can come back on that. We don't I'd like to hear any other questions or comments from my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner, could you be more descriptive on the longer than 72 hours before the?
Well, I'm concerned. I think, frankly, that 72 hours is just too short a period after someone has been in a traumatic event, like an officer-involved shooting, to be back in the field. So I think that there should just be a longer period of time, a couple of sessions with a counselor, to make sure that person is okay and is ready to be back in the field.
So okay, I understand where you're getting at. So maybe I can have, probably not now is the right time, but Dr. Jablonski and his staff put together their thoughts on that, and we can talk about it that way. You know, my concern is we do more harm than good because they feel that they've done something wrong and that kind of thing.
So we have a.
So no, we won't address it now. I think it's important that the commissioner's his point is well taken. Is that time's important, but I want to make sure that we have a thoughtful process by which we determine what the right amount of time is. Because I don't know what the right amount of time would be if 72 hours isn't. So.
Okay. And we can brief back this at the Use of Force Committee and bring back the actual. I think
That'd
it's
be
next
great.
week is our next meeting, so we can kind of package up your requests.
Okay.
Yeah, I have just a small comment. When you, Chief Murphy, were going through the acronym patrol, for L you said lines of communication, but then when you elaborated on that, you indicated that it was important that the officers not only communicate with each other, but other officers arriving on the scene or other resources.
The radio, make sure they do that.
What I didn't hear in the, and I was listening for it specifically with respect to lines of communication in sort of the acronym itself, was an emphasis on communicating with the subject. And as it relates to, and I've seen some of the de-escalation training, and I've gone to a couple of different trainings, and what I've noticed and where I would just like to, my observation is that we want to continue to be thoughtful about and place emphasis on is that communication with the actual.
Yeah, let me fall on this. I didn't have it in front of me, but it is built in there. Part of the communication is talking to the suspect. We're trying. Our goal is to not use any force. In order to achieve that, it would be you verbalize and use effective communication, what words you use. So that is part of that.
So I just want to say, as a case in point, that my observation is, and this may go to many, many, many years of ingrained training, is that where I noticed there was a disconnect is in that communication to the subject or communication to people who aren't part of law enforcement. And as it relates to de-escalation, the competency that is critical is the ability to connect to that other person. My most sort of telling observation, and again, I've watched done a couple of places, as a part of the MEU training, the trainer was excellent and emphasized over and over and over that an effective conversation, that it's really speaking in very plain language is critical, and he was very good at that. When I watched I think it was the in-service use of de-escalation training, what I noted was every single officer in the scenarios that I observed approached the communication with the subject in the exact same way. And it was very command-oriented and actually reflected not a conversation likely to engage a person, but a very, let's say it could use some work. And it really, since it was each and every time done the same way, suggested to me that it was a kind of default into a speaking style that is reflected, frankly, quite a lot at this table. And not, just in terms of use of acronyms or, the language that's used that is not commonplace in civilian life. And so as an example, and it really struck me, when the officers were seeking to get the name of a subject, it was, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Over and over and over. Not one officer said, when the subject refused to provide the name, my name is so-and-so. Can you, tell me what's going on here? What's your name? And it just sort of struck my ear when lines of communications did not immediately for you include communication with the subject. So it's just, again, I am deeply supportive of the work and deeply supportive of the advances, the manner in which you've interpreted and are complying with and working through the recommendations. But it is critical that we translate from policy to practice in a way that's going to achieve the result we want. And I just wanted to make that observation. So thank you.
Commissioner, I just want to share one aspect of that. Just recently, we gave training to all our command officers on de-escalation. Without a doubt, lines of communication and lines of communication with the subject, I think everybody would agree, is by far the most significant piece of de-escalation. Historically, police departments throughout the United States have been trained on a particular style of communication called command presence. Command presence is the exact style of communication to which you're referring to. Officers have been trained decade after decade that this style of communication will lead you to get the most compliance and also keep you safe. Now, we've evolved from that, and we recognize the power of de-escalation, and sometimes we need to start with a different approach before we go to command presence. Command presence is still something that should never be dismissed, and sometimes is very necessary in order to accomplish an objective without having to resort to use of force. However, the biggest takeaway from de-escalation is that lines of communication piece. And basically, in a nutshell, I can say, if we have the opportunity to try and be nice or ask first, by all means, we should try to exhaust that. If that's not an option, it's just like de-escalation is not an option. We have to jump to command presence, and your training experience dictates that an officer needs to do that. Well, then that's something they need to explain when, upon review, we think they had an opportunity to try a different approach, then we're going to be critical of that.
How many arrests do we make a year? 400,000? No, it is.
Last year we made 106,775.
I'm sorry. Okay, 106,000. And what percentage of those had any sort of use of force? In other words, where the people were not just talked in.
It's
where
less
the-
than 1%.
Okay, so 99%, whatever the officers were doing verbally, whether it can be better by making it softer or making it tougher in different situations, whatever it was, 99% of the arrests had no use of force. Correct?
Yeah.
Categorical use of force.
Quiet,
Talking about when you go up to and arrest
have
somebody,
order, please?
nobody's happy about it, but getting them in the car,
I just-
keeping the situation calm
It's
is
probably
99%.
It's probably not a fair. I don't know that you could characterize. It's difficult to characterize use of force as it's experienced in that way because there are gradations. And I appreciate your comments with respect to command and control. And I just wanted to highlight that that's the thing that we've got to work against as we're talking about de-escalation, because command and control is intended to intimidate. That's what it is. And I would simply say, and this, thank you, Commissioner Sobroff, because I did want to, for providing this opportunity, I did want to make a comment about something that was said in public comment with respect to the stop and I don't even know what to call it. That was alluded to a couple things. A, with respect to force and arrest, as was reported, and again, without the ability to verify, I'm simply taking at face value what was said. There was no arrest. But if you pull people over, if you pull them out of a car, if you handcuff them or line them up or, create a scenario where they are humiliated and intimidated and you then let them go, most reasonable people would consider that in and of itself to be force. It is not lethal force, however, it is force. And I simply have to say, the one thing about that particular public comment that I want to speak to is the emphasis that was placed on the worthiness of those young men, college, two-parent households, etc. I don't care. College or not, two-parent household or not, upstanding citizen or not, were that to occur, that is worthy of complaint, and it should be addressed in a system that actually provides transparent justice. So that's all I got to say about that.
Any other comments from my fellow commissioners?
Okay.
Pretty
soon, we're going to have a body camera on every officer. So pretty soon, every single one.
Can we please have quiet in the audience? Submit a card if you don't like anything that's being said or if you have something to add.
So when that happens, virtually every arrest will have a video or at least an audio recording. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the majority of them will be, and also we have, as you're aware, in-car video too.
Anything else, Steve? Okay. All right. Thank you. You want to call the public comment on this item?
Yes, sir. We have 13 comment cards. The first four, General Dogan, Kai Utsumi, Eddie H., and Michael Williams.
General Dogon, I was given this report. It's a 36-page report of the use of force, which you're talking about. Went to read it, I couldn't get past page 2. The part that really got my attention was the qualification requirements for firearms, LAPD. And it talks about other departments, then it talks about LAPD. It says LAPD officers are given an unlimited number of attempts to qualify with their service weapon within a 2-month period. Officers generally continue to work in the field during the same testing period, even if there are multiple failures to qualify. I was like, whoa, I got to read that again. I don't believe it. That's a personal foul in our community. I had to throw the flag, right? This is crazy. I never heard of nothing like that. The Black Panther Party, who LAPD referred to as criminals, had a gun policy, a strict gun policy, where no member was given a gun until they was fully trained in the weaponry and into the political environment where they found themselves in the situation. Crips and Bloods got enough damn sense to know every member don't get a gun, because that would start a citywide war, right? It would be casualties on everybody's side. Nobody would be safe. But yet, police department, seems like that's the one thing that a real police department would stand against, giving somebody who's not trained a gun. How do you give your cops a gun to patrol the communities? And let me ask you this question. These cops that you're giving these guns to patrol the communities that don't have no training, what division of communities do they patrol? That's for you, Chief Beck. What communities do they patrol? I tell you, they patrol Skid Row, Central Division. And it's better explain why Africa, my brother, was killed. Because remember, it was the rookie officer who said, I lost my gun, I didn't have my gun. You know, he said, I didn't have my gun. What was that from?
Thank you for your comments.
Probably wasn't supposed to be with it at all.
Thank you.
No more days like this. Johnson.
Thank you. The next speaker, Kayutsumi.
I'm with Los Angeles Community Action Network, a civil and human rights organization, and Stop LAPD Spying, and I support many other civil and human rights organizations. Use of force, LAPD's use of force. Now they come and talk about de-escalation. The LAPD comes and talks about de-escalation. It's the fox guarding the hen house. We need outside authority over LAPD. LAPD members are trained because they have a badge, a uniform, and a weapon to think that they are the authority, right or wrong. It's just been proven over and over by so many murders and repression and oppression and ill treatment of poor people in the black and brown communities especially, but also the homeless people. Black and brown unarmed youth are the major victims. Any de-escalation policy of LAPD is probably inadequate. We need outside power authority over LAPD, and they have to get rid of the attitude that they are the ultimate authority, right or wrong. That's one of the problems. And they also see all the time, they also see poor blacks and poor brown as criminals. They don't see them as human beings. That's the basic attitude. So, and this police commission has done nothing to change that. There's been too many killings by LAPD, not only LAPD, police all across the country.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
The next speaker, Eddie H.,
Black Lives Matter.
followed by Michael Williams and Michael Novick.
Eddie H., Los Angeles Community Action Network, LA Can. Before I get started, I just want to
put out a brief misnomer that we're not monolithic and we can't multitask. And even coming to this commission, there's been people that try to dictate to us how we move forward in our fight for social justice. We would not be deterred. It was once stated that a man has not started living until he can rise above the narrow confines of his own individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. And that's what we do week after week, month after month, year after year. We come, we present, we strategize, we functionalize things that are happening in our communities, and we present it to you guys. The use of force policy is inherent in the fabric of this nation, and that fabric is one of white supremacy. I was in a meeting with you, Mr. Bustamante, over a year ago, when the captain of the use of force division, I questioned him on how that force is doled out. And what he told me was that it is both subjective and objective. So the subjectiveness of that force is based upon what? We know if we live in a system that is flawed, and has always been flawed to people that look like me, that subjectiveness is going to be directed towards people that look like me. There's been a lot of talk today about training, but the same training your officers get, Chief Beck, that occupy our neighborhoods, is the same training that those officers get that police Brentwood in the west side. But you don't have the incidences of use of force. You don't have the murders going on. So it's not about the training. After every incident we talk about we need more training. No, we need the ideology of this police department to change. That's what we need to happen. We need for people to stand up and recognize that it is not the policies, but it is the pigmentation of the skin of those individuals that are being marginalized, that are being killed, that are being brutalized, that are being murdered, that are being profiled, that are being racially biased in every frame, form, or fashion. When you talk about the matrix in this country, when you talk about racial profile profiling, when you talk about racial bias, the matrix states, percentage-wise, the majority of individuals that are being profiled and those who bring biased cases to the forefront
Thank
are
you for your
people of
comments,
African
sir.
descent. And we just say today, how long, Ms. Hill, how long do we must continue with these atrocious things that are happening?
Thank you for your
the
comments.
egregious and reprehensible way that we've been treated in our neighborhoods. And I say without equivocation today,
Sir, we
no
have to
more.
move on to the next speaker.
No more. No more.
Thank you. The next speaker, Michael Williams, please.
It's funny because, Matt, I guess because the cameras are here, you're trying to actually do something. You're trying to get some kind of policy change. That's the first time. You guys don't realize that's the first time he's ever advocated for any kind of policy change within this chamber meeting. That's a record since he's been on the committee. So yeah, I guess it's the cameras making you feel like you can do stuff. Too bad Chief Beck shut you down, right? Because he was like, "You're getting out of control, Matt. You're getting out your lane." So correct me if I'm wrong, but everything that was presented today was after a use of force issue has occurred, right? None of the policies or anything that was in place was talking about any kind of training or any kind of support or anything that was happening before a officer involved shooting or a use of force occurs. And I see a problem with that because everything that was being told was about the officer and how can we get the officer best to quickly have him return to the field, right? How fast can we get this officer back on patrol? And no, none of the use of force or anything I saw talked about the actual family members, talked about the actual person. None of these things actually talked about any support that they were being given. It's all about getting the police officer back onto the streets as fast as possible, right? Even Chief Beck said that when Matt Johnson made his comment, he said that we want to get them back as fast as possible because we don't want them to think that they did anything wrong. Because police are basically children, right? That they can't be reproved or corrected because it hurts their self-esteem so much that it affects their job. So we're dealing with children here. We're dealing with children who cannot take criticism. That's a problem. So what is being done to address that?
Thank you for your comments.
Michael Novick, followed by Hamid Khan and Jamie Garcia.
Yeah, I want to point out that the whole concept of
You're disrupting the meeting, sir. If you continue to disrupt the meeting, I'm going to ask you to leave.
the whole concept of community-oriented policing, as the police describe it, is described as the domestic equivalent of psychological operations in the military. Everything they put forward here and the use of this commission is to try to pacify people and end people's resistance. The force simulators that you're talking about for training were designed in the military in the first place to overcome the reluctance of GIs to shoot their weapons. They were designed to get people to fire more readily. So that's what you're dealing with technologically. You're talking about getting people back in the field. I believe, the proof of the pudding is in the tasting. LAPD has been the most murderous department in the country 3 years in a row. And last year, one of those killings, I think it was one of Jesse Romero, one of the officers involved, had been in an officer-involved shooting the month before and was back in the field with his gun. So that's what you're talking about, getting people back. But I will have to say my jaw dropped at this particular report. You're saying that they have organized inside the LAPD over 300 officers who were previously involved in officer-involved shootings to be peer counselors to people who are involved in officer-involved shootings, to try to get them back into the field because they basically reassure them that they'll be able to resume their duties. That's astonishing. So basically, what I learned from this is that the liberals on this body provide the Vaseline for the conservatives.
So there's a news report today that the city will need to borrow about $135 million to cover legal costs, right? So, it actually says they need to borrow $70 million to avoid dipping into emergency fund. So that $70 million is for all the liability costs that the city is incurring. Not only is that going to be $70 million, they're going to pay $9 million on principal and interest every year. This is a city that has less than 0.1% on youth development. This is a city that is now constantly complaining about broken sidewalks. But what we have here is, so I think that this conversation needs to be seen in the larger context when we talk about use of force, that what does it really mean? Because I think many a times, and rightfully so, we do get stuck on all the murders and use of lethal force as well. But Bustamante's report from 2012 to 2014, when we look at 6,637 allegations of unbecoming conduct, that's use of force. Because we have to look at it as abuse of power. As abuse of power. We have to look at it that when you have 5,304 allegations of discourtesy, as Cynthia McLean-Hill was saying, that is use of force. That is abuse of power. So the idea of de-escalation becomes a fraud. Because the intent is to escalate. The intent is to escalate. The intent is to criminalize. The intent is to use force. The intent is to violate. And the intent is ultimately, which we have seen over and over again, the most murderous police department in the country. So I think all of this thing about the use of force policies is just garnishing, because when it comes down to it, and it's funny, it's almost like a Freudian slip by Soboroff that he talks about body cameras, that it is about liability. So now they're going to insert this language of de-escalation in this policy because it will reduce the civil liability cost.
Thank you for your comments.
Money, and this is where all this bullshit is going.
Thank you. The next three speakers, Andrew, Carlos Montes, and Pete White. Oh, Jamie Garcia, I'm sorry.
So let's just go back in time a little bit with you, Matt Johnson, and how this comparative report is basically a sham that you moved on at the end of 2015 in response to the 21 murders by LAPD, especially as General Dogon referred to as the killing of Brother Africa. So 5 officers to 1 unhoused person, they shot him multiple times, killing him. So we know as and what's interesting is it's similar to what Cynthia McLean Hill is doing also in regards to this bias policing hearing that she had. This is just basically, again, a song and dance that you're doing for the media to make it seem like you're actually doing something for the community. So anyway, so this comparative study only exposes how policy and procedure is incapable of stopping or curbing the conditions on the ground. Changing language won't change the tide. And again, 21 people killed in 2015, which 1/3 of those were shot were mentally ill. And again, in 2016, 21 more people were killed, including a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old child. So your reports won't bring anyone back. Your reports aren't changing anything on the ground, because if an officer actually needs it in writing to know to de-escalate a situation, then we're at a loss here. Your stroke of a pen ain't going to do anything. So this use of force policy, as Hamid was saying, is also a liability clause for LAPD and for the city. Thus, your officer, when the shootings occur, they'll be able to actually reference this policy and refer to the policy in their reports. So this language will be used as a cover-up for murder. So, and then when I looked at your last 9 recommendations, I realized that it's all orienting more money and resources towards law enforcement, hiring more personnel for training, more support for law enforcement after they murder community members, more hours towards reports and travel time for more worthless research. So I think what we need to get at is that reforming violence doesn't decrease violence, because violence is at the heart of the intervention of LAPD.
Thank you for your comments.
Sorry, I picked up your mic. I would just like to say that you guys are talking about use of force and how to stop that shit. One way would be to find that Jose Mendez, his death is not in policy, right? But you're not going to do that. That's not actually going to happen. What's going to happen is you guys are going to say it is in policy. You guys took a 16-year-old boy, shot the fuck out of him, brought him 2 fucking blocks over, and made up a fucking radical-ass story, and you're going to see that is in policy. Because that's what the fucking police are. They're mafia men. You guys are here and you're trained as mafia men. You guys are hired assassins. That's what you are. And that's why we want the 72-hour shit like Chief Beck said, who is not looking at me. None of you guys are fucking looking at me except one person, because you don't actually fucking respect me, right? You don't actually respect the citizens of this community. Because if you did, you would be listening to us when we talk and stop counting down our fucking seconds after we talk, right? But you don't actually give a fuck about this community. And that is shown because I know for a fact that it's going to be ruled in policy. Every fucking murder so far has been ruled in policy. It is a fucking crazy idea to believe that you will ever rule any of your murders out of policy. And so then your fucking murderers, your police officers who are fucking murderers, hired assassins, will get 72 hours to come back and continue that assassination of our people. And that has been shown. People murder people on the street. Y'all officers murder people on the streets and then do it in another month. And then do it in another month. And then do it in another month. And you never find the fucking shootings out of policy. 16 years old. 16 fucking years old. 16 years old. And you guys don't care. The thing is, you will never care. You will never care that, about the fact that people are actually children. That there's a person's mother in here right now. You don't care about that. That's not something you guys actually give a fuck about. You guys don't actually care about the community, which is why when you guys talked about the letter L, you didn't mention going back to talk to the community, because you didn't even think about it. Because that's not even something you even think about. That's not something you think about because you don't give a fuck about the community. Because in 2 seconds, you guys are going to tell me to sit down. In 2 seconds, you're going to tell me to sit down, right? You guys are going to start talking about why I need to be seated instead of listening to what the fuck I'm saying. Are you guys going to communicate with me? You guys are talking about having communication. This is supposed to be communication with the community. Are you actually going to communicate with me? Can you tell me why you're... Of course, you're going to do that. Are you going to tell me why you guys are going to keep on shooting people? Are you going to tell me how you're going to actually stop murdering people? Are you going to do any of those things?
Thank you for your comments.
Are you going to actually have a conversation with me?
Thank you for your comments.
That they have said they're going to have with us,
Thank
right?
you.
This is supposed to be a conversation between the community and you all. But there has not been any fucking communication.
We need to move on to the next speaker now.
Because you're not having
Please
a
have
fucking
seat.
conversation, because you guys are again speaking over me and wanting me to sit the fuck down because you don't want to hear this shit. This is too real for you.
You're
to know that
disrupting the meeting.
you stand stand by
You're
are hired
you're
assassins
disrupting the
who are
meeting.
murdering people, who are
If you
continuously
don't have a
doing
seat,
that,
I'm
who
gonna
will
have to
continue
ask you
do
to
that,
leave.
and who will never stop, who will never stop, who will never stop, because you're not
Okay, now
actually
I'm asking
listening,
you to
and
leave
so
the
I'm not
room.
actually talking to you. The surprising thing, I'm not talking to
You
you
have to leave
because
the
you
room
will
now.
not listen to me. You will not listen to any member of this community. You will not ever listen to this community, and I know because as soon as my 2 minutes are over, you sit me down like the little sad Negro I am, the bad Negro that I am. Of course, and now the assassin. And is this escalation? I don't want you to escalate. This is escalation, right? This is escalation. Right? I'm not a sir. Don't call me sir. This is escalation. And this is what I mean by you don't actually listen to the fucking community. This is what I mean. I've been talking to y'all. Do you have anything? I don't give a fuck.
And you have to leave.
Do y'all actually
You've been asked
listen
to
when
leave.
we are talking? Do you actually listen when we are talking? Do you? No, of course not. Of course not. And so you're de-escalating. This is what it looks like when you're de-escalating. When they say the use of force, this is use of force that they're not actually considering. They're never considering this use of force because they will never actually give a fuck about this community. They will never actually give a. You just not wait. Put your hands on me. If they did give a fuck about this community, you would actually. Get the goddamn hands off me! Hey guys, de-escalation plan. Right there. We're continuing this meeting. We are continuing this meeting. This meeting. Their agents and their plan. We are continuing this meeting. We are continuing this meeting. Stand, put your hands on me. Again, I will do talk to you. Talk to him. We are continuing.
We're going to take a recess.
Especially since so far away.
Sit down. We're continuing this meeting. Sit down. We're continuing this meeting. Happy New Year. Substantive philosophy about what your positions are. That's what we need. This meeting.
Additional public comment on this matter? How many more speakers do we have?
We have 5 more, sir.
Okay, please call the next speaker.
Carlos Montes. Pete White.
Mr. Montez is coming.
Mr. Montes, okay.
So cute. Jerk.
Thank you for coming back. I was hoping that to make sure that when I spoke that you were here. My name is Carlos Montes. I live in Boyle Heights, went to local public schools. I'm in the Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council, but I'm not representing the council today. I'm representing CSO, Community Service Organization. I was primarily going to speak during the Mendez case, officer-involved shooting, but I do have some comments to share regarding the last topic. I've been arrested many times by LAPD, okay? And I've had many interactions with LAPD. I've had many interactions with witnesses that they've interviewed, and it's a real great PowerPoint presentation. I've done many of them, a lot of good acronyms. But, and it's not a joke, it's actually serious. There's one acronym that you forgot to mention, it's CYA. Cover your ass. It's my belief, through my experience, that the first motivation after an officer-involved shooting is to cover your ass. You don't want to get fired, and you don't want to get prosecuted. So you make sure that you create the scene to justify a shooting. When there's no witnesses, and it's dead at night, they do whatever they want. Okay? They find a weapon to justify the killing. If the weapon's too far away, they get it close. Many times they have backup weapons to place a weapon. There's been situations, witnesses, cooperation, where they've actually carried a gun and placed a weapon at the scene to justify the shooting. Okay? Witnesses, I've talked to witnesses. They intimidate the witnesses. They grab them, they almost like take them into almost kidnapping. Maybe it's an exaggeration. They'll take them to the station. They intimidate them in the line of questioning. And the line of questioning is always to corroborate their story. Because I've talked to the witnesses, and the line of questioning, okay? And if there's a witness that does not corroborate their line of questioning, they try to discredit them, or they don't even find them. If there's a video that totally discredits their story, they won't find it. It has to be found by the attorneys. For example, the Jose Mendez case, the attorney found a video from a building across the street that the LAPD never found.
Thank you for your comments.
That's an easy
sir.
one.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
So-
The next speakers, please.
Lies, 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 okay? The only way we're going to get rid of this problem is by prosecuting and firing the cops. And it's your duty as civilians to do this. I've given up
Sir,
back in the
so
cops.
we need to
You as
move on to the
civilians
next
have an
speaker,
opportunity
please.
to do that.
Thank
Ruben
you.
Salazar told me in 1969, the system works,
Sir,
Carlos.
we need to move on
He
to the
was
next.
killed a year later.
The next speaker, Pete White, followed by Ted Hayes, Mariela Saba, and Joy T. Chand.
Shit, I don't even know where to start this morning, but let's try this. So there's no way to train away from LAPD culture, rooted in slave catching, white supremacy, alt-right ideology, and anti-blackness. I'm looking at page 4 of your use of force update. And on the second paragraph, you write, the use of force update combines classroom lecture and group discussions with practical application and reality-based training. Reality-based training. And then when you go to the bottom of the list, you'll see 6 scenarios that are in rotation in your reality-based trainings. Person with mental illness, didn't know that shit was a crime. Suicidal person armed with a knife, and so far and so forth. However, missing from those reality-based scenarios is walking while black, autistic, and end up dead. Stephen Eugene Washington, walking while black. Where's that reality-based scenario? That happened. Walking in your neighborhood and end up dead, shot in the back, shot in the hip. Ezell Ford. Where's that reality-based scenario? Shot in the back while fleeing, Riddell Jones. Where is that reality-based scenario? You're talking about 72 hours, Matt, psychological evaluation. I want y'all to know that Francis Martinez, the officer who killed Brother Africa, is patrolling Skid Row today in the same car area that he murdered Brother Africa. He is at the same tents, pulling his same weapon, pulling his tasers, and attempting to murder someone else. So you're talking about 72 hours, but you're not talking about the disrespect and the ways in which you parade killers and murderers in the same spot, in the same car areas in our communities. Reality-based what? Reality-based bullshit.
Ted Hayes, followed by Mariela Saba and Joy T. Chand.
Two aspects of the report you provided. One deals with command and control. The second aspect is equipment. This is a real-life incident. 170 rounds were fired. Two ladies who were delivering newspapers in a community. Now, if they had the proper equipment, they might have had some binoculars or noticed that there were two people, not the one person they were seeking, but two people, and they were both females, not a male. Also, there was only one aspect of this entire event that was out of policy. It was a circular firing squad. The officers at the front were firing at the officers in the back. The officers in the back were firing at the officers in the front. A circular firing squad. It's not a comedy. It's real life LAPD out on the street. They didn't have any night vision. They didn't have any binoculars. And no one had systems that, hold on, guys, there's two women in this truck. So those are the kind of things that I think alarm most reasonable people most. Fortunately, they were not killed, wounded, but not killed, paid off, but not killed. But it was a circular firing squad. What kind of a tactic is that? Only LAPD could pull that off. 170 rounds, and no one was killed. So we have to question whether or not there's accuracy when it comes to firing guns to begin with. So those are still things I think we should look into. The fact that the only thing out of policy is that it was a circular firing squad and officers might have been injured or killed. I was at a scene of an incident where an officer was shot by another officer.
Thank you for your comments.
Joy Chi Chance.
It's really ironic because we got to witness your de-escalation, right? We all saw the de-escalation.
Real time.
It happened in real time. So basically the de-escalation looked like all of these police officers circling around a person for what? For speaking. What have we been doing? We've been speaking. We've been going out with these materials that you're complicit in state-sanctioned violence. Matt, you're complicit with this. Right? So this is what de-escalation looks like. De-escalation looks like all of these pigs following, intimidating, armed. Cynthia, what are we going to do about that? Y'all are talking about policy and reform. You can't be reformed. There's no reform. There's no policy. You all are complicit. You're complicit in state-sanctioned murder. You're complicit. All of you should be behind bars. You're murderers. You should be tried in front of an international community. I want to say again, actually last year the UN came out with a report, right? That the policing in this country, it mirrors the lynchings in this country. It mirrors the slavery in this country. That you should be tried in front of an international community. The use of force happened with a trans person, a trans black person. When we went out there, an officer said, referred to Dante as he. Dante said, don't refer to me as that. Oh, then they said, oh, maybe you're she, whatever. That's use of force. That's violence. We have no right to define who we are. We have no right to be in a fucking public meeting. We have no right to be in our home. And your restraining order looked like 10 cops coming to my home. For what? An 18-year-old. Anybody over 18 could have served it. That's use of force. For what? For speaking out. That's use of force.
Mariela
You
Saba.
are all criminals. Shane, Liberty Hill, you're supposed to be a champion for social justice.
Thank you for your comments. We need to move
Shame
on to the
on
next
you.
speaker.
You've been sitting here quiet as hell.
Ma'am, we need
Liberty
to move
Hill
on to
is
the
supposed
next
to be
speaker.
about LGBTIQ justice. There's a violation in front
Ma'am,
of you, Shane.
we need to move on to the next speaker. Please have a seat.
What are you going to say about that?
Ma'am, you're disrupting the meeting. If you don't have a seat, I'm going to ask you to leave.
What are you going to do about that, Shane? You're the head of Liberty Hill
Hey, ma'am,
Foundation
now you
funding this.
you need to leave the meeting.
Fuck you.
You need to
Fuck
leave the
all
meeting.
of you. Fuck all of you.
This is the kind of shit you're gonna do now? And look at that motherfucker sitting there with a smile.
You guys don't know how to deal with people. That's your problem. You always use your authority, your badge, your gun, and your gang of police. Gang of police.
Okay, let's Okay, let's everybody have a seat, please. Let's everyone have a seat, please. Mr. Williams, you're disrupting the meeting. Please have a seat. Can everyone please have a seat so we can continue the meeting? Can everyone please have a seat so we can continue the meeting?
Because you are implicit. You see this shit happening and you do not do anything about it. Control your officers. How about you do that? Since you're a public employee.
Can everyone please have a seat so we can continue the meeting? Do we have any more speakers?
We have no other speakers on this item, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We're now on item 2G.
2G.
Department's report dated December 9, 2016, relative
Thank
to
you
the
very much.
Thanks, guys.
relative to the cellular communications interception technology use and deployment established.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next report. Can we have order in the room, please? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Chief. My name is Commander Horace Frank. I'm the Assistant Commanding Officer for Counterterrorism and Special Operations Bureau.
Captain Stephen Sambar, in charge of Major Crimes Division.
Detective Marcus Steele, Major Crimes Division, Technical Support Unit.
We're on item 2G.
Board members, early in 2016, the California legislature passed California Senate Bill 741. This bill basically required that any entity involved in the use or deployment of cellular interception and communication technology, that they develop a policy on the use of such technology, and that policy comply with the requirements of Senate Bill 741. So before you today, with a request for your approval, is a draft of that policy, and with your permission, I'd like to have Captain Sambar give you an overview of the proposed policy.
Thank you, Commander, and good afternoon, Commissioners. As Commander Frank had stated, this was born last year from Senate Bill 471, and it's my goal to provide an overview of this policy with the hopes that the Commission will approve this so that we could utilize this technology as another tool to enhance the safety and the security of our community members that we protect and serve every day. What this is cell phone technology that enables the equipment enables it to become what's called a cell site simulator. It acts as a tower to then locate a device. The authorized users of that are personnel assigned and trained that work within major crimes and provide, as Detective Castillo, the supervisory oversight to ensure that the policies, procedures, and the civil liberties that go into this policy are followed on each and every application. The legal process for this is every incident is looked at carefully by the trained personnel within Major Crimes Division, and then having sought approval via a judicial review and or search warrant to then obtain information from the subscriber, which would be typically a telephone company that then provides us the electronic serial number, so to speak, that a particular device is emitting, so that then we, with the technology, we being major crimes personnel, would then locate that device. The monitoring of its use and the approval process has always been such that I, as the commanding officer of major crimes, held responsible to review each and every application of this type of device with the approval of the commanding officer of Special Operations and Support Bureau, being Chief Michael Downing. In his absence, that would defer to the Chief of Detectives. I do want to point out that this policy and procedure that is also very sensitive in that it has to do with searching in essence, that bar is risen very high, and the approval process is that of a deputy chief level. The accountability of this, as I pointed out earlier, all persons within major crimes that are involved in the use and application of this technology undergo specific training, reviewing of case law, the particular Senate Bill 741, and other applicable statutes that govern this type of technology, which is Penal Code Section 1546, 1524, and 1530, which major crimes is audited at least annually on those two and other types of processes and technologies that we use in our command.
Thank you.
Keep going. Sorry.
Also, I would like to point out, I talked about the authorized users, but this technology is used in criminal investigations and or emergency situations to locate at-risk persons and or missing persons. For instance, a missing person could be somebody that walked away from their home, suffering from mental illness, dementia, what have you. Missing children could be somebody doesn't return home from school or a friend's house. That we're seeking the permission to use this equipment or technology as another tool, not just for criminal matters, but also those situations where we're talking about humanistic and the value for human life under the motto of protecting and serving. This technology is the legal process for the use of this cellular communications intercept technology is pursuant to a lawfully issued search warrant, as I discussed earlier, involving an emergency, danger of death or serious physical injury. In those cases, to where it would be considered an emergency, hence a kidnap for ransom or a child stealing. In those cases, by law, we are authorized to immediately contact a telephone subscriber and then submit a search warrant within 3 days, according to the law. The terms of our warrant application, in every single application, the detectives within major crimes that participate in these cases with geographical detectives from throughout the department ensure that the warrants have in detail that describe general terms of the techniques to be deployed, as in that the investigators plan to send signals to a cellular telephone or particular device to locate it. It emits specific unique identifiers, and to inform the court that there could be a millisecond of a delay of a particular telephone as it is being located, and that telephone, just to clarify, is not any other phone other than the individual targeted phone that we are seeking via the unique identifiers from that telephone subscriber, which we have obtained a search warrant for that particular information. Also, as part of this special order, it clearly defines and articulates that we are not to share any of the information that we've obtained from the use of this equipment with any other law enforcement agencies unless we have a memorandum of understanding with that particular agency, which at this time we do not. And then, as I reiterated before, we conduct very extensive audits to ensure compliance with the use of this technology. Any questions?
Any questions? Do you have any comments on this matter?
We have 3 comment cards. We have Hamid Khan, Tud Hayes, and Jamie Garcia.
About the Stingray technology. I mean, I'm sure you've heard about Stingray, Kingfisher, MC. That's what they're talking about. This is the technology that is being used to trace and track and monitor people. This is a technology that is being used to trace and track protesters. This is a technology that is being used in Operation Laser when they issue a chronic offender bulletin. These are the kind of technologies that are violating people's fundamental rights. So they're using all this fancy language, and this is the technology that is listed right here. This is what it says, Stingray, right next to Trapwire. This is what we've been trying and pushing our head and hitting our head against the wall with you guys. Do not approve this. You are giving them a license to profile. You are giving them a license to invade our privacy. You're giving them a license to completely trace and track and monitor us. This is going to be on you. Do not do that. Do not do that. Because in addition to that, Harris Corporation and various others have gag orders on these things. You won't even know what the technology is in there. You won't even know what is it made of. You won't even know if you file Public Records Act that they're going to give you all the information. It has been used. LAPD was busted itself in December 2012 and early 2013 for over 200 uses of Stingray technology for investigation. This is a part of the larger architecture of surveillance that we've been talking about. You can't approve that. You've got to reject it. Don't let them do it, Shane. That whole thing about change, not charity, this is where it really hits it. This is a complete invasion of our lives. This is a complete invasion. We know that privacy, for many of us, is not a right. It's a privilege. But for you all, who have the class privilege, who have the race privilege, don't let them do that. Because this is where it's being used. It's being used on the street. It's being used on homes. It's being used in chronic offender bulletins. It's being used very effectively. And it is all a lie. It's absolutely a smoke and mirror. Don't pass it. Don't pass it.
Ted Hayes.
Angela Merkel's telephone was hacked by the United States government, and we admitted it. She's a senior officer in England, but we hacked her phone. She didn't have any retaliation, no consequences, none of that. There were no punishments issued by England, no tariffs, nothing. She just went on about her business but complained about being hacked by the government. Now, once upon a time, BlackBerries could not be hacked. Once upon a time, only flip phones could not be hacked. So, ultimately, everything can be and will be hacked, and everyone can be and will be hacked. There's no question about that. until the legislature steps in when some very important person with some very important information is hacked. Then we recover constitutional privacy rights about our phones and other equipment. But only then will that happen. So the LAPD will have this. The best thing the LAPD ever had was payphones and Skid Row, and it got rid of all those and got rid of a great ability to operate about crime in a crime-infected area. So the telephone thing is going to go on for a while, but I warn you, I predict that eventually someone important will lose something on a cell phone, and that'll bring an end to that, and establishment of rights for Americans to have privacy with their electronic gear.
Jamie Garcia.
So just to make it very clear, this is not about a war on terror. This is not about protecting us from terrorism. This is about a war on black and poor people. And these are the tools that you're using to commit that war. So referring back to Operation Laser, which is a person-based predictive policing program that tracks and traces people in communities that you deem to be possible criminals. So what happens is that Operation Laser creates these chronic offender bulletins to track these people, kind of like most wanted posters. You decide who these people are based on predetermined criteria, which is not public to the community. We don't know what this predetermined criteria is, so you guys keep that secret. But let's get to the point, right? So Operation Laser uses automatic license plate readers and cell phone catchers, similar to what they're talking about right now. So in most of the public information that they provide about Operation Laser and these cell phone trackers, they say nothing about search warrants. So I'm very I don't really believe that search warrants are used every single time that these cell phone trackers are put into place, because these chronic offender bulletins are not necessarily based on actual crimes. So there's not actually a crime that's being committed. So I'm just wondering what that intersection is. Like, what is the proof? What is the standard that you're using to need to implement this search warrant to use these cell phone trackers? So what I think needs to happen is that there needs to be full disclosure of how many different programs you're using these cell phone catchers in. So we know they're in Operation Laser. We listened to your report about the different various ways they're being used, but what other programs are these different surveillance technologies being intersected with? And then we also need an audit. We need to know what the race-gender breakdown is of who is actually being monitored and who's being tracked. So if you're tracking certain people, we need to know who they are, because just as we saw in the suspicious activity reporting, is that we're seeing that you're actually tracking black people. You're actually tracking the black community. You're actually tracking black women. So if this is going to be something that you're going to come up and talk to us about, let's have a real breakdown about who you're tracking and tracing. Because this is not about, again, this is not about terrorism. This is about tracking and tracing poor black and brown communities.
We have no other comments on this item, sir.
Do I have a motion to approve the department's report? Do I have a motion to approve the
Yeah, so moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
We're now on item.
Thank you.
Now on item 2K, Department's report dated December 14, 2016, relative to the Ethics Enforcement Section Quarterly Report, third quarter 2016.
Mr. Khan, you're disrupting the meeting. Good
Morning,
afternoon.
Commissioners. Captain Jim Alvarez from Special Operations Division. With me is Lieutenant Michael Donatoni and Detective Linda Compton. We're here to
Khan,
provide you with a brief.
Mr. Khan, you're disrupting the meeting. If you disrupt the meeting again, I'm going to ask you to leave. Okay,
We're to
sorry.
provide you with a brief overview of this quarter's 2016 Ethics and Report.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Khan, it's time for you to leave the meeting. Thank you very much.
The mission of Special Operations Division.
Wait, let's hold on.
change our chair. This is all part of it. You call your meeting for your grandkids, and this is all.
Okay, let's have order. Order, please.
What are you stopping him?
Okay, let's everyone have a seat, please. We're going to continue the meeting. Everyone, please have a seat so we can. Jamie, can you please have a seat so we can continue the meeting? Please have a seat so we can continue the meeting. If you don't have a seat, I'm going to ask you to leave too, so please have a seat so we can continue the meeting. Okay, thank you. Let's continue with the report.
Thank you, sir. You have a cold. Our mission at Ethics Enforcement Section is to safeguard the integrity of law enforcement within the LAPD. In accordance with this mission, EES works closely with our partners at Internal Affairs Group and other managers, chain of command, to identify at-risk personnel and their behaviors. Once identified, the EES develops proactive strategies to test and curtail these behaviors. At the conclusion of each quarter, we prepare a report that includes an analysis of the number and type and final disposition of our integrity tests. For example, pass, fail, inconclusive. Because of the confidentiality of these particular tests, the quarterly report, which you're reviewing, which is also a public document, does not include the details. For example, any employee's name, the description of the scenarios. In the past, the EES reports have only included 7 misconduct categories, which are listed below. In order to make these reports more comprehensive, however, the EES now tracks a wider range of misconduct categories, and in addition to these 7 original categories that were established as a result of the federal consent decree. Until otherwise instructed, and we are going through some changes as we speak, the EES will continue to use these original 7 categories when reporting their activities each and every quarter. They include unlawful stops, unlawful searches and seizures, to include false arrest, unauthorized force, any violation of the department manual relative to enforcement of U.S. immigration laws, officers who discourage the filing of complaints or fail to report misconduct, and any other. These additional categories, which I alluded to, will also be reported in a separate table. They include constitutional searches and seizures, neglect of duty, dishonesty, theft, discourtesy, excessive force, on-duty conversion or converting on-duty relationships with off-duty, sexual misconduct, planting of evidence, other unbecoming conduct, and involving outside agencies. In order for us to achieve our objective, we have a methodology that pursues 3 objectives. It's to develop objective integrity tests that accurately assess a department's employees' conduct when placed in a situation with the potential for at-risk behavior. Also serve as a resource for command staff and investigators to identify and investigate department employees involved in potential at-risk behavior, and create a sense of omnipresence throughout the entire organization with the goal of having all employees handle each assignment legally and ethically while adhering to department policy and procedure. So in addition to these specific misconduct categories previously described, we also the tests are divided into basically 3 categories. The first, which would be an integrity test. They're staged scenarios that involve undercover EES personnel who test employees to adherence for department policies and procedures. When a stage integrity test is developed to assess a particular employee or unit for a specified misconduct category for which the identified person or persons or the identified unit or units to be tested is suspected of violating department policy or operation known as a specific integrity test. An integrity test conducted on an employee or where a unit where no prior suspicion existed is also referred to as a random integrity test, so 2 tests. Observational. EES personnel covertly monitor field units during their regular activities. During an observational integrity test, EES undercover personnel will follow an on-duty employee to evaluate various aspects of their performance during a given period. For example, driver safety, interaction with the public, the legality of their stops or detentions and arrests, as well as accuracy of police reports. Personnel complaint and or 128 intake tests. both field and telephonic. A field test is done similar as a stage integrity test, where an undercover is deployed to test an employee for adherence to personnel complaint intakes. A telephonic test is conducted by an undercover officer who telephones various police stations or department entities to report police misconduct. As in this field test as described, these tests are for adherence of personnel complaint intake procedures. Calls can be made to area front desks, traffic divisions, specialized divisions, and various administrative offices throughout the entire department. A special operation or an outside agency assister is categorized as a special op. Technically, it involves deployment of our electronic monitoring equipment to test for misconduct. For example, polls, inserting cameras into various locations within a specified area. It's done for monitoring of, for example, theft or vandalism. These tests typically don't involve deployment of police officers. And then occasionally we will assist with outside agencies and outside municipalities. We will insert assets to provide other city departments, for example, our fire departments, city attorney's offices, or other local police agencies within the county. So below you can see the categories and classifications, typically pass, fail.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a number of these quarterly reports, so I don't know that unless any of my fellow commissioners. I did have one question. The fail rate on the intake was concerning. It's concerning, obviously, with respect to this specific test, but when you consider that this might be indicative of a larger agency-wide problem, what are your thoughts about that?
I'll take that one, sir. Usually about the end of the year-to-date stats, the pass rate is much higher. This is one little caption of the whole year. We did put out a notice in November 2015 from PSB, giving everybody scenarios and basic common themes on why tests have failed in the past. I redistributed that September of this year as well to all the COs on the LAPD, just as a refresher that they can use at supervisory training days to make sure the supervisors, the D2s, detective supervisors, are following the policies and procedures that the department established.
Okay. Because we should continue to pay particular attention to this, because if we're missing 20% of the complaints that people are attempting to make, that's a significant problem.
In every scenario we do, it is very common for us to ensure that we provide the information that this is in fact a complaint. There's no misunderstanding. It is a complaint. So it falls pretty much on training and on that aspect of it. So as Captain said, we provide everything in that scenario that whomever's taking that information should follow procedure.
So maybe training should come back to us and explain what they're doing to address this, as because clearly this is an issue. So can we agendize that, Mr. T-Fank?
Can you guys talk a little bit about what the normal failure rate is on this?
Well, it's each quarter, usually around 10 to 15%. It's one or two supervisors throughout the organization, and we test not only operations but administrative units as well. And sometimes that D2 or Sergeant 1 maybe just got out of sergeant school, and they got the training, but they haven't applied it yet. So they might ask specific questions, but in essence, when we're specific on the UC side of I need you to take a complaint, that gets dropped by the wayside. So those are the ones we're seeing right now.
When are we going to see the next report on this?
In about 30 to 60 days for quarter 4.
Okay. All right, and it will you will cover
year-to-date complaint
intake on that sampling as well.
That's correct.
Okay, so maybe we'll take a look at that and see if. Can you make sure that in that report it references what the numbers were from this report, so we can see it by comparison?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any?
Maybe we do something more historic.
I can give
you
just
a year, but
right.
We do these all.
So then, okay. So if what I'm hearing is that this is an anomaly, that it's, do you have an explanation for why it would be you'd have this specific issue at this specific time, particularly when there's such a focus on this particular area? Because I just have to say that your initial response to Commissioner Johnson sounded like a brush off to me.
Well, the intake failures are when a supervisor fails to do the right thing. So we have that every quarter. We have 2 to 4 failures throughout the quarter, throughout the year. We've had that for a couple years now. We generate a personnel complaint from that, and it goes up the chain of command, obviously, to the COP for a penalty. So the division knows about it because the CO is brought into the loop that he has a supervisor that did not do the right thing. That supervisor gets the discipline, whatever discipline he's going to get, and the CO at the division usually looks at it at a bigger scale. Do I have a problem with a training issue with my detective supervisor or a field supervisor? Then he brings in the watch commanders to make sure that is put out foremost, because we have to obviously provide a service to the community in taking personnel complaints. So we do see failures. We're specific with what we're doing, and it is concerning to us as well.
Commissioner, Commander Stuart Maisland from Internal Affairs. I think as the Chief indicated, we can provide a several-year overview of it where you'll see what the numbers look like for several different years. So we'll provide more data in the next report. And I think that may be interesting. And we take this very seriously, and failures are treated very seriously through the disciplinary process. And, you know, one thing that we count on is, while discipline is confidential, word does get out from the involved people as to what the going rate is for failing to take a complaint. And, you know, that's what we hope to do to dissuade others from doing the same thing. And we'll, of course, continue to test. This is probably, I think it's the most frequent test that you see during the quarter, and I think that's pretty standard every quarter. So we will continue to do that, and if there are lessons to be learned, we'll examine them, and we'll provide that to training and throughout the operations of the department to make sure the word gets spread.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Also, your samples are so small. I mean, one changes a dramatic.
Correct. There's
it's not like you have a
usually
big sample here.
No, it's 18 intakes each.
Right. So an anomaly is one person, was one person at one time, so the next time there'll be two people less, and that won't be an anomaly, so you need more information.
Well,
And that's why we'll provide more
I assume
data.
you are taking a sample size that you think will be representative. If you thought you needed
Right.
more to have a proper report, you would do a larger sample size.
Well, it's also based upon the staffing at SOD and the deployment of resources, the other priorities that they have. It's trying to do what they can with what they have, because the entire department can't work SOD. They've got a relatively small organization.
So is that a yes or a no?
I'm sorry.
I think the commissioner asked you, essentially the point that he sought to make was that the information, the data that you're providing from your perspective is statistically significant enough to provide us with a window, a relevant window as to what we think is happening across the department.
I think
so. That's an either yes or no. Your
no,
response
not the
left it
information.
murky.
Not the information in this report. But that's why we'll provide more information where you'll see much larger sample size based upon a larger period of time.
Commander, this is a quarterly report, right?
Yes.
Right. A 3-month report. So, you know, that's why I think over time it's better, because you get a larger sample. You know, they do have limited resources, and for a quarterly report, that's why the commission gets these quarterly, because we think it's so important. You know, I mean, we could do an annual report and you get a bigger sampling, but the commission wouldn't be updated and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Okay. Do we have any comments on this item?
We have one. We have Michael Williams.
So your ethics board is bullshit, because I'm just seeing unethical things happening in this room, and ain't nothing been said about it. You ain't done nothing about it. You haven't reprimanded any of your officers. There's officers bumping into people and then claiming that they're assaulting them. The people that they bumped into is assaulting them. There's people pushing people, and when people try to brace themselves and grab onto the officers, they're claiming that they're assaulting them. So you're trying to do the same thing you did to Akili, to other people in this room, by claiming that people who are being assaulted by your officers are all going to back up their buddies' stories by claiming that people are in here assaulting them. So you guys have bullshit ethics boards like this. And you don't actually, again, you're not adequately addressing the problem. What you're doing is trying to put a a light bandage around the problem and not actually addressing the problem, which is your officers have problems with misconduct. Your officers have a problem with misconduct, with violating policies, with violating rights, with violating laws. Your officers have a problem with that. And you are not addressing those problems. You are merely talking about, well, we got to retrain and blah, blah, blah. The problem is that there is not adequate repercussions for things that that when police officers overstep their bounds. There is no adequate, and we are going to see that today. We're going to see the lack of adequate repercussions for police misconduct. We're going to see that. What happens is you get a reprimand, you get something on your file, and you go back to work. And you get paid the whole time. The only time you even get suspended is if you actually murder someone. But then you're still going to come back on the force. So that is the issue that we are having. It's not about reports or who's not doing what or there's not enough adequate training. It's about the fact that you have the whole police force, the law enforcement body itself has no adequate, appropriate response when police officers mishandle the power that we have given them.
We have no other comment cards, sir. We have no other cards, sir.
Okay, thank you. So on item 2M, I didn't want to report unless any of my...
2K.
Thank you.
You have
Sorry.
to,
We need a
back
motion.
up. Let me back up. Do I
Mr.
have
President, if I may, on this item, would you like the report on the training that's done come back when the year-end report comes back?
We'll see the year-end report first, and
Okay.
then we'll make a decision.
We'll just hold
as
off on
to-
that recommendation.
So the recommendation is for this to be submitted to the Inspector General. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're now on 2M, Department's Report dated January 4th, 2017, relative to the Amendment Number 1 to the Memorandum of Agreement between the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles Police Department.
So as I was saying, I don't need a report on this item. But if any of my fellow commissioners would like one, of course we can do that. I just wanted to reiterate. I know I've said it before that I think this program is very important. I know it taxes our personnel and has an impact on deployment. I know it has an impact on resources. It's expensive. But we've seen firsthand how impactful it is when we're able to do this in a community. And I think we need to continue to find creative ways to fund this program. I know that we have a third party who's underwriting some of the costs, and I'm glad that this continues to be a priority for the department.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I want to say that your comments are most timely because some of the people that originated Community Safety Partnership are in this room, including Phil and Amada Tingarides and Connie Rice, who worked with me and the Housing Authority to devise the original blueprint for what has become a very, very successful program that I believe in to the core of my being.
I have a quick question before we go into public comment on this item, and that is, and perhaps Chief, you can respond to this question. Do we have, or have we, let me ask you differently, how have we documented lessons learned from these pilots, and how or can we translate some of those elements of this type of policing that has been effective more broadly across the department? Independent, frankly, of specialized funding, which I know is in part what enables this to occur.
Well, I think that to answer your first question, I think that the best documentation and discussion of this program was done in President Obama's 21st Century Policing document, and that was done based on a little bit of my testimony, but quite a bit with Ms. Rice and her discussions with that task force. So I think that the deepest discussion is there. We are also in the process of trying to secure funding, as we always are, for an in-depth analysis of the program that would include further documentation to not only examine its effectiveness, but also to describe its content so that it can be something that's more translatable, either with outside the boundaries of the divisions in which is occurring, or outside the boundaries of the city of Los Angeles. So that's the first part of your question. And then the second part is that I would love to expand this program. As a matter of fact, we are in the middle of expanding it to the Harvard Park area through private funding. And unfortunately, given the city's financial constraints, it's difficult to do it without some private funding. But I will say this: Commissioner Johnson is right. Is the vast majority of this is paid for through my salaries. The only thing that is paid for by HACLA or by private funding is the bonus position, the advanced pay grade position that entices the best officers to go to these positions and then to stay there. Because the key of the program is long-term relationship building. We talked about relationship-based policing in some of the other discussions today, and this really is a relationship-based policing program. That's what it is at its core. It's about building community in a way that is counterintuitive for police agencies. So I think that one of the ways this is a long way to answer your question, but one of the ways is to celebrate it, because what you as you mentioned earlier in one of your other comments, what you celebrate and what you measure is what the organization does. And so, the organization understands that this is a huge priority for me. We reward the people that excel at it through promotions and advanced pay grades. We celebrate their success, and by doing so, we encourage emulation by the rest of the organization. And so I look to this in every command. This is all about the softening's not a good word, but the building of empathy within the Los Angeles Police Department, and that's what this program has at its core.
Thank you. To be continued. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Do you have any comments on this?
We have 5 comment cards. We have Steve Diaz, Thelmy Perez, Jamie Garcia, Pete White, and Michael Williams.
The CSP program is a perfect example of how the Los Angeles Police Department is taking away much needed community resources and redirecting them into occupations of communities. The CSP program takes away much needed public housing fundings from a funding stream that has been diminished every year. Every year since the 1970s, Housing Authority budget has been cut every year. Just to give you an idea of where this private funding is coming from. As you look at specifically the agenda item before you as it pertains to the expansion into the Pueblo del Rio public housing complex, there was no base analytical analysis done to the need for the expansion into that community. Furthermore, the only justification that was publicly given by the Housing Authority and by CSP staff people from the department was the success in Watts. As we're well aware, every community in Los Angeles is extremely different, and each community has its own criteria. Additionally, once public information was released 3 days before the first public hearing at the Housing Authority, there was numerous sets of crime stats that were provided. The crime stats did not highlight an increase in significant crime. As a matter of fact, the base car area that was represented in the public housing development site that the expansion was targeted had lower crime rates than any other base car area within Newton Division. To give you an example, this is should be extremely alarming in your partnerships and in a department that's supposedly very analytical and data driven, that it cannot publicly state or highlight the need for expansion into a program, which leads me to call the question, why is it that we're partnering to bring additional 11 police officers in a community that already had a lower crime rate than any other part of the division? And should really call the question around, why is it it that we're bringing more police resources into communities of color? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Telmi Perez with LA CAN and the LA Human Right to Housing Collective. I've been walking in public housing developments for over 10 years. So I can tell you what it would look like to build relationships with residents. And what I see that's happening with the CSP program is not that. The community safety partnership is not what you've been led to think it is. The original MOU describes the community policing model that we're all familiar with, right? Officers on foot beats and on bicycles engaging with community members, with youth in particular, running youth programs, etc. And it describes a model for what policing should look like in communities of color. But that's far from the reality of what's being implemented. And so the residents that are experiencing the CSP program actually have more negative comments about their interactions with police than positive. The CSP officers are nothing less than HACLA henchmen. HACLA is a housing authority of the city of Los Angeles. Henchmen and women, who are overpaid to spy on and intimidate residents, boasting publicly on supporting HACLA with evictions. This is what they're doing, and citing economically strapped residents for quality of life violations. So while Connie Rice pulls into this parking lot for free, your CSP officers are citing and towing residents' cars in their public housing developments, tickets that they won't be able to pay, not now and not in the future when they double. You have an opportunity today to look deeper into this program instead of rubber stamping an MOU that's been in effect since May, despite your chief's failure to sign it back then. I challenge you today to ensure that the funding that you're receiving, over $7 million in precious public housing funding, that goes to create the new youth programs that it actually had promised to create but never did. What we're seeing with these youth programs are overpaid, glorified volunteers, LAPD volunteers, on existing youth programs that our public housing residents' children are not even attending, like the Watts Bears and the Girl Scouts. There's maybe 1 or 2 public housing residents in those programs. So we want to make sure also that money is used to ensure that a quality of life is attained for public housing residents, as opposed to the raids that your LAPD officers are helping HACLA implement in their homes and then evicting them and further criminalizing these residents, just to move forward gentrification programs in Jordan Downs and privatization programs across the rest of our public housing developments. Look deeper. Do not rubber stamp this.
That's right. Thank you for your comments.
Jamie Garcia. Pete White. And Michael Williams.
I was like, he's over here sighing when I come up here. Must be shooting daggers. As we come into the MLK holiday, I'm mindful of something that he said. He said, when he was speaking in opposition to the Vietnam War, that there is no place for respectability politics, and that respectable Negroes would be mad at him, but he was destined and determined to tell the truth, right? It is interesting when we think about the CSP program, and LA CAN laid out all the reasons why it should not be implemented, and I listened to Chief Beck talk about it should be expanded in Harvard Park, and I'm trying to figure out where the public housing developments in Harvard Park that he's suggesting are at. I think it's important to note that on the ground, aside from what you hear from HACLA and the folks, the LAPD in the Watts area, on the ground, people detest the ideas of more police officers to provide functions that community could provide. Why are we giving resources to police officers to coach football teams? Trust me, there are a number of individuals in the community that would love the job, the high-paid job of training youngsters, their children, how to play football. Why are police officers given the jobs of counselors in these depressed areas, where if we just invest those resources in community-based organizations and individuals who are trained to do that, the outcomes will be different? Why do we continue to fuel the mission creep, which supplants LAPD and resources in the hands of institutions like these, while weakening the infrastructure in our community? Again, get this shit out of here. Again, you have to say, yo, what are we doing? Our job is to protect and serve someone and not to be counselors for communities that we will cage later. This shit don't work.
So the program that you're advocating for is another example of how LAPD is being a leech and a burden onto the community. You're talking about $7 million to go into policing an area that is, as we saw for the stats, not even a high crime area. Why are they policing this? Why are you giving $7 million? Because we are so codependent on the police. It is actually a toxic relationship. We are crippling our own communities by giving it up to police who are not there, who do not live in those communities, who are out of those communities and do not actually have a vested interest in growing or being part of those communities. We also are creating a dangerous precedent where we're allowing police to be counselors, we're allowing police to be coaches, and how are they going to deal when a child or someone goes to them for help when they've committed a crime? How are they going to actually counsel that person or make that person better when they're actually directly objected from their job? Because that's what, as a psychology major, that's what psychologists and counselors do, right? We don't always call the police on things because people actually, there's some issues where police are not the answer to the solution to the problem. There's actually instances where people can be rehabilitated and they made mistakes. How can police do that? How can police have that requirement? So you're actually advocating for further crippling of communities of color. You're actually advocating for further crippling of community organizations. You're actually advocating for a continuance of a toxic relationship between the community and the police, which only ends in the more incarceration, which only ends with more people being killed by the police, which only ends in with more people having hostility towards the police. So how can you advocate for this? And I would love to see any kind of statistics or evidence that shows that this program is actually being effective anywhere.
We have no other cards, sir.
Do I have a motion to approve the department's report? Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in
Probably.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Thank you.
We're now on item number 3, report of the Chief of Police. Chief Beck.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good
It's
afternoon.
now, right? First, before I begin my traditional report, I want to express my congratulations and sorrow for the promotion of Bill Scott to the Chief of San Francisco Police Department. And losing Bill is going to be very tough. He becomes the second LAPD officer to be the Chief of Police in San Francisco. He is one of more than a dozen current chiefs or sheriffs in the state of Los Angeles that were Los Angeles police officers, and the organization is proud of him, and I am personally proud of him. So losing Bill is tough, but the organization is a living entity, and it replaces its growth, and so I want to introduce to you the new chief of South Bureau, and that's now Commander, soon to be Deputy Chief Phil Tingarides.
Phil.
Now, many of you, all of you know Phil. He has done a tremendous job as the Assistant Commanding Officer in South Bureau. Before that, he was the captain at Southeast. He was one of the originators of the Community Safety Partnership. He has been honored at the White House for his, actually I think it was mostly Amada's, but for the family's work, as it were, in the housing developments of Los Angeles. I just couldn't be prouder to select him to be a deputy chief, and he's going to more than fulfill my expectations and certainly meet the high standards of the Police Commission. A number of people are here in support of Phil. I know that some of them had to leave because of time constraints. I think some will be able to stay and make a few comments about him, but he is much respected and in the communities that he serves. And I know that from my discussions within that community that he is an extremely popular pick because they expect a lot out of him. Not just because he's so charming, but because they know he will meet the very difficult demands of what may be the most difficult command in the city. So, thank you, Phil, and of course he's joined by his wife, Lieutenant Amata Tingarides, who is also a huge asset to the Los Angeles Police Department. So, thank you both.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. One of the places that Phil received recognition was this past weekend at our annual 8th annual Martin Luther King breakfast, where community leaders from all over the city, but primarily South Bureau and the African American community came together for a discussion and breakfast and recognition of the life and legacy of Dr. King. And Phil was universally accepted by them and universally endorsed. As a matter of fact, many of them called me and threatened me that if I didn't promote Phil when Bill got the job, that they would be very upset. So. A couple other things I wanted to comment on. This weekend, I attended and spoke at the memorial service for Harriet Mack. I know that a number of the commissioners were there, as well as members of my command staff. I think that the Mack family, I know the Mack family was encouraged and uplifted by your presence and the presence of so many members of the community in the Los Angeles Police Department. John Mack, as you all know, was the president of this police commission and had an indelible mark on the Los Angeles Police Department. And many things that we talked about today are things that he advocated and continues to advocate. So a lot of the legacy that all of us push forward is on his shoulders. So it was my honor to be there and to support him. Significant incidents. We had an officer-involved shooting last night. So I will give you a brief report on. It's very fresh, so some of this I'll give you as much factual information as I can, but I haven't even been briefed on the officer statements at this time. This past Sunday, an attempt homicide occurred in the 17,000 block of Gilmore in West Valley. A suspect named Marco Flores shot his sister-in-law in the chest, and she is currently on life support at a local hospital. He fled and was the subject of an intensive manhunt by multiple entities of the LAPD, led by West Valley detectives. Last night he was located. When he tried to make contact with one of his family members, officers attempted to conduct a vehicle stop, and Flores fled, and a vehicle pursuit took place. During the pursuit, suspect Flores fired multiple rounds at pursuing officers, resulting in 2 separate officer-involved shootings, both on the freeways of Los Angeles. Neither the officers nor the suspect were struck during the exchange of gunfire. Eventually, officers from Metropolitan Division's SWAT unit conducted a vehicle stop using advanced techniques, including armored vehicles, and the suspect was taken into custody. The suspect sustained a dog bite and was admitted for treatment to a local hospital. A pistol believed to be the suspect's and also possibly tied to the homicide was recovered at scene. Obviously, this investigation continues. Inspector General's staff responded, has Enforced Investigation Division. DA will be, if their rollout team wasn't there, then they will be apprised of the information, and the investigation will continue through its normal channels. We normally I talk about current crime. We're so early in the year. It doesn't make a lot of sense to talk about it. Suffice it to say, we have a reduction over the same week last year, but it's too early to look at any trends. So I thought I'd give a little recap of some of the things I don't normally cover that occurred during the entirety of 2016. So one of the things we track is vehicle and pedestrian stops by police officers. We had 623,740 pedestrian or vehicle stops during the course of 2016. That was about 0.5% more than 2015. Some reduction over the 5-year average, but consistent with the prior year. Calls for service, 911 calls that demanded a police response. We had 937,000 of those during 2016. That's a 4.5% increase over 2015. Total public contacts, which is the aggregate of stops and calls, this does not include citations, by the way, is over 1.5 million. During these contacts, we made about 106,775 arrests, and during those arrests, a total of 1,994 uses of force occurred, and that's about a 1.87% ratio of use of force versus arrest. And if you go into contacts, it's obviously much, much, much higher, as Commissioner Soboroff alluded to. For Crime for the Year, the mayor and I are going to do a crime press conference later, so I'm not going to talk about the totality of Crime for the Year because we'll cover that then. But I will talk about a use of force because I know that's high on the Commission's agenda and greatly affects your workload. Officer-involved shootings last year, we had 40. That's down 16.7% from 2015 and is 10% below the 5-year average. 5-year average is just under 45. In those officer-involved shootings, we had 19 fatalities, unfortunately. That's a 9.5% decrease from last year. As far as suspect information, I won't go into a lot of detail because I know the Commission has requested a report that will be forthcoming on the totality of this. But of those 40 shootings, in 24 of them, firearms were alleged to be used by the suspect. In 4 of them, replica pellet guns used by the suspect, which were mistaken by the officers for real firearms. In 5 of those, edged weapons were used, which is a big reduction from last year in edged weapons. Increase in firearms, reduction of edged weapons. So I'll talk a little bit about personnel statistics. I think that, before I do that, let me talk about the one kind of outlier that I report on every week, but I don't know if people really appreciate the significance of it. We saw an increase in traffic collisions last year within the city of Los Angeles, about a 7.3% increase. We had 56,000 reportable traffic collisions, but we saw a huge increase in fatalities. We had 260 fatalities in traffic collisions in the city of Los Angeles last year, compared to 186 the year prior. It's a very unusual statistic because the total of driving under the influence related accidents were down. The total of hit-and-run accidents were only up 2.7%, and most of those are property damage. The total of motor vehicle versus pedestrian, which is the most deadly combination, was down 3.4%, and the second most deadly combination, bicycle-involved accidents, were down 14%. But both those categories, the motor vehicle versus pedestrian and the motor vehicle versus bicycle, contained a much higher ratio of fatalities than they have in the past. And, I like to give you an answer for these things when I tell you about them, but I don't really have an answer for this right now.
Does addiction to this have anything to do with it?
Well, I don't think it's any greater than it was last year. I mean,
well, I don't know. There's
honestly,
more stuff.
It's a dramatic increase, and so, we'll look at that, and we'll look at all of this, and I'll have our citywide traffic folks come back to the Commission so the public can hear this, and give a report on what they think or what we attribute the great increase in fatalities to, because it is of significant concern. So that ends my report on crime and traffic. I'll just follow up with sworn personnel status. We have 9,922 sworn personnel on payroll, which is better. Although, as my chiefs always remind me, January is a peak deployment month because many people retire following January and they're not captured on this report. So that's a positive thing, but still something we look at. And I won't go through the rest of it because my report's been lengthy and so is this meeting. But I would like to highlight that right now we have 8,411 young people in our cadet program, which is the highest total that it's ever had, and I would assume eclipses every other police department, maybe combined in the state.
That's great.
Thank you for accepting my report.
Thank you. Any questions?
We have 10 comment cards. The first 3, Kai Utsumi, Michael Williams, and Michael Novick.
LAPD always wants to grow bigger and bigger as they suck more and more needed funds from the city of LA. They already have 54% of the city's budget, and they want to grow more. They see us activities here as criminals because we verbally expose our outrage very, very vocally and non-violently. Police came in as gangs to outspoken, angry human rights activists as a gang of police. That's a fact. LAPD sucks needed city funds from other vital community needs that go unfunded. They need to cut their force by attrition because too many needed programs go unfunded, as we saw, and as we saw how they acted today. There were 2 whole rows of police, and police came from all over the place, and they want more. Why should millions of the lawsuit against LAPD murders be paid by the city? These funds need to be paid by LAPD's budget without increasing the budget because the lawsuit resulted from the crimes by LAPD officers. Right. A lot of lawsuits, close to $100 million, I think, 1 year. We need a democratic society, not a police state, where the police are controlled by the people, the community, and not by big money and developers.
Thank you, sir.
To oust poor people from their housing.
Michael Williams. Michael Williams, please.
Can you call up a couple more speakers at the same time so we can keep moving?
Michael Williams, Michael Novick, Prentice Jenkins, Andrew, and Ted Hayes.
Okay.
You ain't going nowhere, Steve, so, chill out. I always say this every time at the chief of police report because the hypocrisy in your report is incredible that you can really spill out these numbers and not understand how bad it makes you really look. Like how literally bad you look when you spout out these numbers. And you say you spout out these numbers to make it seem like, well, it's the community's fault, right? The community's doing something bad, and that's why we need more police because, look, these community members. But you're really highlighting the spot that we constantly you've been hearing about over this whole meeting is the fact that police are paid too much. Not salary-wise, but budgetary-wise within the city. I don't know about salaries, but I really don't care. But budget-wise, paid way too much by the city to do a job that community organizations could do more effectively. there's no statistical evidence that putting more police on the street ever reduces or stops crime or prevents crime. There is no criminologist that will state that. There's none. Steve Soboroff, you're laughing, but if you actually went to school, like I did, and actually learned about criminology, you would understand what I'm saying is an actual known fact around criminal people who study crime in societies. If you look at the countries that have the lowest crime are not the countries with the highest force of police or military. The countries that have the lowest crime rates are countries that invest money into education. They invest money into community resources. They invest money into things like public access programs. That's what they put their money into. They don't do this whole thing where they believe that putting men with guns on the street, more men with guns on the street, is somehow going to decrease the violence that is within the society. It just doesn't make sense. It's counterproductive.
Prentice Jenkins, please.
Who's next after Mr. Jenkins?
Andrew, and I don't believe he's here.
Prentice
Then Ted
Jenkins.
Hayes.
Okay.
Peace between residents and police. It's no secret that I'm going to continue to try and get justice for Ezell Ford, who was killed by that 1% of officers. But it's also no secret that I am biased when it comes to this board, and that I believe that the leadership of the board, Matt Johnson, Steve Soboroff, is immeasurable in terms of getting these policies changed. And because of these two honorable men, I know one thing, that we will, at some point, these policies will be changed. And as far as the officer who is going to San Francisco, you got a daunting task. I suggest you take a page out of this board and take those policies up there to San Francisco. The policies of de-escalation. Yeah.
Just talk to.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I've actually seen de-escalation. I've seen de-escalation in my neighborhood. I've actually seen de-escalation in my neighborhood, where police have broken up fights. Usually they just throw them both in the car and whisk them away. They talk to them. Both of the guys seem to be friends. They handcuffed them. They talked to them, and then they let them go. And the guys shook hands. I've seen de-escalation in my neighborhood. It's actually working, where police officers don't have a reactionary bias towards they have a reaction. They don't have a reactionary bias towards individuals. De-escalation is working, and that is that credit. I
He
said in my
didn't interrupt
neighborhood.
you, so you don't interrupt him. And if you interrupt him again, I'll ask you to leave.
And that is credited towards Steve Soboroff and Matt Johnson and this board. Thank you. And Chief Beck. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speakers, Ted Hayes, Trevor Gerard, Connie Rice.
Mr. Hayes.
It's beyond the tipping point. It's at the breaking point. As you no doubt know, the Brown Act requires that the agendas for all the meetings for our government be posted 72 hours in advance in a place that's open to the public. City Hall East has a sign saying, if you wish to see the agenda, call this number. But the agendas are right inside the lobby of City Hall East. Now, Mr. Teefpack can't handle this. He needs help. He needs some minds to determine how to do our agendas here in this building. And the complaint forms. The complaint forms are supposed to be in the lobbies of every police division we have. You never can find them in English. You can find them in all the other 17 languages except English. Now, I've complained about that. I've taken a sergeant off duty just to make a complaint about that. That's unfortunate, but we have to kind of, keep the wheels churning. So at City Hall East, the police say it's the city attorney's fault. I go to the city attorney, they say it's the police fault. And we go round and around. In fact, the city attorney hung up on me. But anyway, They want you to believe that you have to make a phone call in order to see the agendas at City Hall. Now, at our actual City Hall and at City Hall East, the agendas are posted with thumbtacks on a cork board. Now, you know how well that lasts, right? But that's the way we do it in this backward city. No high tech. I point out that West Los Angeles has their agendas under glass out on the sidewalk, every single page. Look at that. Maybe we can implement something like that so we can follow the law.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Trevor Gerard.
Nice to see you, Charles. I hope the pelvis is well. So LAPD put in for a $1.6 billion budget, which was actually a 10% increase from last year, and once again have led the nation in police killings. There is no other job where you could continue to fail on the job and get promoted. So maybe I went into the wrong business. I should have become a cop. But I'm not a liar, and I'm not a thief, and I'm not a criminal. And also to go to the point that Michael was making, so I lived for 6.5 years in the UK, and then I lived for 6.5 years in Berlin, in Germany, right? The UK is still functioning in some ways as a social democracy. The police do not carry arms there. Interestingly, in Germany, where the tax rates are higher and there's investment in the actual infrastructure, which is education, transportation, housing, these sorts of things, the police are armed, yet they're not running around shooting people. This whole idea that that crime can be taken out of the context in which it arises and exists is a bullshit fantasy that you promote so that you can continue running this business. Because this is a business, right? And you, Steve Soboroff, are a gentrifier, right? So you actually profit from having people removed out of their homes, having whole areas like Skid Row, for example, cleared out, right? You profit from that. This is a business. And I wish that rather than pretending that you're here to protect and serve the public, you would say exactly what it is, right? Because I can respect the Klansman. I can respect the skinhead that says to me, this is my agenda. What I cannot respect is for you to sit here and give reports about crime statistics that do not relay the reality of the situation, which is that you engage in oppression, violence, murder, and corruption.
The next three speakers, Connie Rice, Pete White, and Akili.
Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you for yours. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to support an extraordinary officer, but I first want to thank the commission. You have a hard job. This is an interesting point. We've been on this journey for a long time. Commissioner McLean Hill, I'm older than you even, and we've been through generations of warfare with this department. And in 2017, we've come a long way, a very long way, and we have a very long way to go. So along the way, this is a long process of change. I come from a family that is military. And I can remember when the desegregation orders to desegregate the military, when my dad was in the military, it was segregated, Air Force especially. And there are a couple of units that aren't desegregated yet. That was just a desegregation order. That wasn't an order to transform your culture so that there was real inclusion. 65 years later, we're still working on it. So this is a marathon. The protests that you hear, I welcome them because protest is always legitimate. I may not always agree with the tactics. The disruption can often be counterproductive, but sometimes it's productive. And I would just like to say that for those of us who have been struggling for constitutional policing, compassionate policing, We're not at the end of the journey, but we're in the middle of it. And I want to say that the community called me, many of the community members, to say that Phil Tingarides had to be the next deputy chief of South Bureau. I didn't choose him, but I would have. I would have chosen Imada as well. You have two extraordinary officers here. They have carried out a program that I think can transform American policing. We're not there yet. But to Phil and to Imada, I'm proud to be here to support you. Congratulations, Chief. Congratulations.
Disrupting the meeting. I am not going to cut off Connie Rice. Okay? And quiet. Go ahead.
So,
last warning. One more time.
Chief, thank you for the promotion. Phil and Imada, thank you for doing CSP. And we'll keep fighting for the public safety. The community supports you. And we will carry on. Thank you very much. To the Commission, thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do.
I wanted to hug Connie because I've known her for a long time and I'm older than she is. So I want to make sure, and I'm older than both of you. But I want to say shame on you because this police force now, for the second year in a row, leads the country in the killing of its citizens. In your statistic, you talked about 19 murders. That leads the country. And for the second year in a row, we have led this country. That is not something to be proud of. We are hemorrhaging money because we are killing our citizens. That is not something to be proud of. No other, as Trevor put it, there's probably no other job that I can have that I've consistently failed and keep, and in many cases be rewarded for. You have a mandate. Stop killing us. That's a simple mandate. That is why we have come here every Tuesday. We, because I live here, lead the country in murdering its citizens for 2 years in a row. That's not something we need to pat ourselves on the back for. That's not something we need to take credit for. That's not how this city needs to be known. But today it's known that way. And so for the 5 of you that are there who are our representatives, it's your responsibility to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And the only way I can think to at least begin to do that is to be honest with ourselves and put under those words that maybe someday we can take down is control and suppression. That's why 19 of us are dead.
Okay, we have no other comment cards.
No other comment cards? Okay.
We're now on item number 4, public comment. We have 12 comment cards.
Okay.
The first 5, D.A., Prentice Jenkins, Karen Hilfman, Paula Miner, and Kai Utsumi.
Greetings, my name is D.A. I'm a local Rastafarian. Our disruption of a purposely racist policing process has been questioned and devalued lately. The process that racist policing supporters want to involve us in purposely oppresses. We are the polite version, folks. The people are still at the door, and they still are not putting up with the unjust, unpunished killing of blacks and Latinos by the police, nor the KKK-style Night Raider threat called stop and frisk. The police accountability movement runs across race. It has moved across the country. It has gone on for years of time. We are still showing ongoing resolve. Democracy and policing will save us all. Make no mistake, racist policing supporters, you do not represent white people. You do not represent white people's interests. You do not represent, your faith in secrecy is misplaced. And to Donald Trump and supporters of stop and frisk and martial law and the civil war that you are calling for, you represent the Roman wing of European civilization. Rome believed in antagonizing its colonized people. They would sow salt into the agricultural fields of people it had just colonized so that they could not grow food. Rome created many enemies. Some of them destroyed it. The Vandals and Visigoths conquered Rome in 476 AD. Racist policing supporters are also barbaric, and you do not represent the Christian and hippie philosophical wings of European civilization. Ways of thinking are like styles of music. They come and go. You do not represent my hero since childhood, the great Bob Dylan. You do not represent the Jewish activist tradition in this country, nor that of the Quakers who opposed slavery, nor of Henry David Thoreau. You do not represent the late Tom Hayden, nor Henry Wallace, nor Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! Moral consciousness is their inspiration. You do not represent the ancient Greeks with the great cultural value they placed on knowledge. They were the cradle of Western civilization. You do represent a barbaric, hyper-competitive culture of ignorance coming from your destructive hero, Alexander of Macedon. In 1609, William Lynch, who invented lynching, called a meeting with other Virginia slaveholders, offering to them a new tactic called divide and conquer, as a way to politically divide black slaves from each other and from poor whites. Poor whites could identify themselves as being part of the great white man mythology so long as they sold out black slaves who were poor and oppressed just like the poor whites. William Lynch said his system could last about 300 years. The white supremacy tactic is dead now. Adolf Hitler claimed too that he murdered 6 million of the most productive whites in Germany, the Jewish people. State violence threatens us all. It is time for police officers to better understand their own feelings and thoughts about other races. We need officers trained in all less lethal methods
thank you
of
for your
stopping
comments.
suspects, including not rapid firing into a person after they've already been shot.
Thank you for
real
your
punishment
comments,
for
sir.
officers violating these instructions would show real commitment to de-escalation, which is what the people are really demanding. Get up, stand up for progressive thought. No secret police. No secret police.
Okay, thank you,
No
sir.
secret police.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Prentice Jenkins, followed by Karen Hilfman.
Prentice Jenkins, Peace Between Residents and Police. We have something even more daunting and pressing than our issues here, and that is an individual coming into the White House that has already told us he's going to kick people off welfare. That's 63 million people. Kick people off Social Security. That's another 56 million people. Can you imagine if 113 million people had no way to pay their bills and they were thrown out of their houses? That's 113 million people on the streets. You're going to need more cops. You're going to have to hire another 100 million cops, because if those people can't pay their bills, guess what happens? They're going to find a way to pay their bills. They're going to turn on each other. And when people turn, all he knows how to do is cheat. So we're looking at something monumental coming up. And if we don't do something about it, if we don't get together now, it's going to get ugly for all of us, because the psychos, the inmates have taken over the asylum. When the inmates take over the asylum, it gets crazy, and people get hurt. Innocent people get hurt. And everybody pray for yourselves.
Karen Hilfman.
I have asked here a few times about racial bias, implicit racial bias training, and was very happy to see and hear the report this morning about what is going on, and really look forward to hearing results of outcomes and how this does hopefully change outcomes on the street. But I also want to say that attitudes are really only the tip of the iceberg, and that the problem is rooted in racially biased policing, predictive policing, over-policing, and a war being waged on black and brown individuals and communities. And I would hope that the Commission would find a way to acknowledge this and stop it and give the resources back to the communities. The other thing I wanted to say is that I was astonished to see the thin veil of respect for the people being pulled away right here in this room when we heard that command presence is the taught and go-to approach that officers take. And this in itself is just quite the opposite of de-escalation. It's a use of force. It's antagonistic. really makes protect and serve and service to the community look like a farce. And it really seems, again, like there's a war being waged, and I would ask you to look at what this war is about, why the police are fighting it, and would assert that it really is a war to protect class and racial white skin privilege interests.
Thank you for your comments.
Paula Miner, followed by Kai Utsumi.
When I was up here earlier, I didn't get to finish in my 2 minutes the information that was on our neighborhood blog. And I just wanted to finish that because one of my neighbors said, well, you go to commission regularly. What do you recommend? And, you know, I really could not answer my neighbor. So I do want to finish reading this and also make some comments about what I might try to answer. The thing that the mother said on our site is after the 2 cars came, you know, the caucus at the end of the cars and the release of the young men, et cetera, she put on the site, thank God I've taught him as a black male to be compliant and only respond to questions regardless of treatment. I told him to stay alive. She puts an exclamation point. Now I find myself telling him to not come home for visits and to just stay on campus. I'm so sad that this is the reality for him, but thank God for protecting them that day. Will this ever change? And she ends her conversation. And I think by coming here to commission, you know, during 2016, I try to think about what did I learn? What happened? I think I learned these kind of things will be carried over into 2017. There will be 0 complaints that have been sustained, despite the fact that the neighbors on this blog told her, go complain. Complain to your councilman, complain to the station. They even mentioned Matt Johnson's name on our neighborhood blog, saying complain to Matt Johnson. I also feel like racial profiling will continue. These kind of stops will continue. Why? Because implicit bias cannot be trained out. The system is flawed. We understand that. And because today I learned another reason, because of command presence. These young men need to be taught command presence at that time. So I guess what I learned and what will carry over in 2017 mostly is, sadly, that community trust will continue to erode and that we will have to continue to come here and try to see if there can be some change made.
Kai Utsumi, followed by Audrey George, Trevor Gerard, and Andrew.
LAPD needs to make it a de-escalation policy if they're really serious by releasing police involved in killing and murders to the victims' families. They've been asking for in case after case and never do receive it. What do they have to hide? That's your lack of transparency, secret policing. I watch programs, See Something, Say Something by LAPD. It makes me ill to see all that money they have spent on advertising in all these subway stations. See Something, Say Something. As if somebody that has a different cultural background is a criminal by that difference of culture, of the watcher and that reports these things and the person that is watched. You know, a lot of people, a lot of these poor, there's a whole history of segregation, slavery, racism, including police being formed to chase after people that were running away from real oppressive slavery. And then there was 100 years of Jim Crow lynching and racism, all by segregation. This country and the LAPD has a lot of that segregation and white supremacist attitude, and this commission does nothing about it. They allow it to happen. And too much authoritarianism, non-tolerance by the LAPD member, and no humane attitude towards the people that look different, have a different hue. You all should read the poetry of Gwendolyn Brooks. She's one of the great American poets.
Thank you for your comments.
Audrey George, please.
Everybody knows that LA needs to change its concept of what a civilian oversight panel would look like. But meanwhile, you commissioners are what we have. So I simply ask you that when are you going to start doing your jobs? As a start, I have some suggestions. I want you to start talking to us at meetings. It happens rarely, but it's what we come here for, not just to express, but to look for answers. I'd like you to take actions that really stop the epidemic of police killings on black and brown people in this most murderous of police forces that you are overseeing. I want you to stop letting LAPD criminalize those who are murdered, who won't ever get a day in court. I want you to stop rubber stamping and approving reports that everyone acknowledges have content that is very flawed or problematic. I want you to stop the LAPD. I want you to make the LAPD, discipline and fire cops in the rare instances that you do find them out of policy and then nothing happens afterward. I would like you to fire our police chief, Charlie Beck. Yeah. I would like you to change the time of these meetings and the venue and take them permanently out of LAPD headquarters. I want you to make LAPD pay the damages out of its own budget when they lose these lawsuits. I want you to actually investigate racial profiling complaints and make findings on them, or make sure that this is done. Meanwhile, I want you to acknowledge that the elevation in conversation for transforming the LAPD is because of Black Lives Matter, because of Stop LAPD Spying, because of LA Can, because of all the protesters who come here. They're changing the conversation, and that needs to be respected.
Thank you for your comments,
Then you can go
ma'am.
home and be proud and not be ashamed in front of your coworkers and your neighbors about the work you're doing here.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. We need to move on to the next.
Trevor Gerard. Followed by Michael Williams and Joy T. Chand.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the first things I said when I very first came here was that I didn't believe in the commission in the first place. Because when you're the people who are involved, and I say you because as I talked about with the temporary restraining order, Matt Johnson is listed as a city employee. So as far as I'm concerned, you work with them. So when you're the people responsible for the injustice, as Malcolm X said, you don't go to the criminal looking for justice. You take that criminal to the world court. And this idea that now you're sort of setting up things in here, we've come here to speak. And people are being criminalized in here. People are being sort of shoved around. And I think that when we look at the history of totalitarian regimes, when we look at the fact that, and I know that wasn't LAPD, but when we look at the fact that when Alfred Alongo was killed, Uganda, through the United Nations, issued a travel warning for the United States because of the treatment of black and brown folk here in this country. You cannot say that you're separate from that. You're a part of that. And Matt Johnson and all the rest of you, you're complicit in the violence, right? The violence that is not only here, but is going to increase. And so my position, again to quote Malcolm X, is hence, I have no mercy or compassion in me for a society that will crush people and then penalize them for being unable to stand up under the weight.
Michael Williams. Michael Williams. Followed by Ted Hayes and John Vanover.
So, like, all grandstanding, I know we get up here, and everything I say is valid and true and the most honest and possible thing I've ever said. But in an honest, real, like, talking to you people, there needs to be an investigation into Matt Johnson. There needs to be an investigation into this, and I'm talking mainly because I know Sober Off ain't going to do anything. I know T-Fang ain't going to do anything. I know Figueroa has left the room. I'm talking to Cynthia McLean and Shane. There needs to be an investigation into this restraining order, and the use of police, the use of court systems, the use of a city attorney to target a person who comes here to speak his mind. There needs to be an investigation. I'm not even saying you should fire him, which should be the case, that you should remove him from the office. But I'm saying you should actually take a serious investigation and look into why and how he got that restraining order approved and how he's used LAPD, which he's not supposed to be an employee, but I just found out he's an employee of it. He's an employee. So he's actively using his power, right, as a police commissioner president to target and try to silence someone who is a avid opponent of his. Think about that, especially you, Shane, because you are at Liberty Hill, who has made some of its names off of police abuses and cases in that such manner. And I'm telling you, it's in all seriousness and in all bashing you aside, there needs to be an investigation of Matt Johnson into this restraining order, because it's corruption at its very core. It is using the ability to have police to come to someone's house, 5 or 12 officers come to a person's house to serve a restraining order. Not his house, to a cohort's house. Please, really think about that.
Ted Hayes.
This category has to be defined. When I'm arrested and held, I always end up in the hospital because of the quirk in me at my age. You see, if you don't beat me, I pass out, I collapse, I faint. So when they arrest me, they don't give me a sandwich, a carton of milk, or any food. As a consequence, I pass out and end up in the hospital. Now, they never lay a hand on me. So what do we call that? Is that called torture? What kind of abuse is that? But the LAPD's got me tagged. They know what to do once they bring me in. For instance, everybody got the sandwich, everybody got the burrito, everybody got everything except me. I was placed in cell without that. So I rang the room service bell and rang, and finally 3 jailers showed up. Hayes, come over here. And they put me in solitary confinement, isolation. But they choose to call that segregation. So the next morning, they wanted to cite me out. I refused to sign a citation. I said, I want to go before a judge and tell this judge what you've been doing to me. So they put me in a black and white and sent me to the hospital. They dumped me at the hospital. Isn't that supposed to be reversed? You get out of the hospital, they dump you. Anyway. So I want my gold and platinum pin. They gave me a claim form, but the people shouldn't pay for my pin. The officer stole that pin, should give it back to me or pay for it. I want my gold and platinum pin. Thank you.
And the final speaker on this item, John Vanover.
Hello. Thank you to the board for listening, taking the time. With the recent shooting at the Fort Lauderdale airport, I felt it necessary to come in and share my personal story. I want to focus on not necessarily the horrible shooting that occurred, but on what seems to be a blatant lack of action by law enforcement with regards to the suspect in the months leading up to the shooting. I'm sure you're all at least partially familiar with that regarding the FBI. The reason I bring this up to you, to the commission, is because a similar instance happened to me about 2.5 years ago. I had never experienced mental illness, had no police record of any kind. I have a master's degree. I own my own home. I was a good citizen. However, I had about a 4-month period of mania that led to full-blown psychosis. My family was in regular contact with LAPD. I was put on 5150s as well as a 72-hour hold. During this time, I had at least 10 police encounters, not all with LAPD, that led to a total of 3 arrests. Throughout the entire time, the police response to both myself and my family was either of no interest because I wasn't an immediate danger to myself or others, or arresting me and treating me like a normal criminal, despite the fact they were all full aware of my mental issues. Despite the incredible disruption that this illness has caused to my personal life, I realize that I am incredibly lucky because I have recovered from my illness. I am not dead, nor am I incarcerated for an extended period of time like so many who experience psychotic breaks are. As a result, I have tried to reach out to both the NoHo department, where I lived at the time, and the special division in your department that supposedly handles mental health cases. In both cases, I have offered feedback and asked for meetings and have been politely dismissed. The LAPD must do more to improve its policies, trainings, and accountability with regards to the mentally ill and their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down today.
Thank you. We're now on item number 5, closed session items. Please let the record reflect on item 5A2. The date of occurrence should read February 6, 2016. And we do have 7 comment cards on 5A1. We have Paula Miner, Michael Novick, Michael Williams.
I'm sure that the commission has heard our comments on the death of Jose Mendez. So at this time, I would like to utilize my 2 minutes for 2 minutes of silence in honor of Jose Mendez, a 16-year-old young man that was killed in February 2016, and a review of the case regarding his murder will be held when you go into closed session today. And I say his name, Jose Mendez.
Next speaker, Michael Novick. Michael Williams.
So this particular murder involves Efrain Herrera, who was a 24-year-old young man who was shot and killed almost a year ago. And according to the officers at the scene, supposedly he had a knife. Probably someone called reporting a man with a knife. And supposedly he walked towards them with this knife. And supposedly there was a taser used, involved, which, from a statement from the LAPD, the statement was it wasn't completely effective, I think is what the word was. Therefore, he kept moving, apparently, and they had to shoot. Here's my thing. Regardless of failure of taser, regardless of whether or not the person had a knife, regardless of any kind of perceived threat that there may have been to the officers, it is astounding to me that consistently we can find other people, not of color, we can find them alive. Somehow we can bring them in alive. But consistently, somehow we end up killing people of color for having weapons like knives. It said a hunting knife, which is a pretty big knife. But at the same point, I see in other cultures, other countries, where they disarm people with knives constantly without killing them. And there has to be some kind of policy change within the LAPD that suits this nature, because you're going to come up against people with knives. That's just a part of the job. But how do you deal with them? Do you just shoot them and kill them because you don't value people's lives? Or do you find other ways to actually stop and stop people and apprehend them alive so they can actually go to court or trial to actually plead their case?
The next three speakers, Sol Marquez, Carlos Montes, and Tiffany Guerra. Sol Marquez? No. Okay.
Hi, my name is Sol Marquez, and I am part of Centro CSO. I know that José Méndez's mom is here, so I will address her in Spanish. Estoy demandando justicia para José Peruzzi Méndez y para las otras víctimas de asesinato de los policías en Boyle Heights. So I'm glad that there was a correction on the agenda. The date was wrong, and that might just seem like a clerical error, but it's a pretty significant error to have, especially when you're explaining to the mother that I think your son is on the agenda, but I'm not sure because it does say 2216 instead of 2616. I have it on my shirt. She has it in her heart. That's a pain that will never go away, and she will always remember that day. But I do want to say that, you know, we've been repeating it over and over that this is the place where LAPD and police officers have killed the most people twice now yearly. And that's something that in Boyle Heights, a historically Chicano, Mexican, and poor community, and Central American and immigrant community, that is something that we will not be accepting. We're fighting back, and through our history, we have been fighting back. We are united, and I'm mostly addressing the people who are here because I think that I will never get anywhere through the system. So, you know, I am inviting them to join Centro CSO. If you want to be interested in fighting back with Boyle Heights and people from East LA and my people, we'll be coming out on January 20th. I do have placards. We need to fight back against this system. We need to fight back against these killings. We need to fight back against Trump. And we're getting nowhere being here, but I'm glad that we're here united against these people.
Carlos Montes.
Yes, and we'll be marching on January the 20th from Boyle Heights to downtown LA to denounce the Trump attacks against immigrants and Mexicans, but also to demand justice and an end to the police killings. 5 of young youth killed in Boyle Heights. Stop the killing. I did want to just read a couple of quick remarks as the time runs out real fast. We're demanding not only that you prosecute the cops, but you fire them. You at least are going to go into closed session. You're going to get all these reports, right? You're going to have to ask, why was Jose Mendez shot 19 times while still sitting in his car with the seatbelt on? The public version of the LAPD, Hollenbach, that he brandished a sawed-off shotgun. Now, they don't define what brandish means. Did he jump out and point at him, then they blew him away? No, they admitted that they had to cut him out of the car in the seatbelt. He was already dead when they pulled him out. So they're lying to the public. They must be lying to you. You need to get the actual video of when he stopped and when they shot him. There is a video that obtained by the attorney of a building across the street that shows him already in the car and being dragged out of the car. He was assassinated of human rights violation. Don't let them get away with it. We're tired of it. We're sick and tired of it. We're not going to take it. We're going to keep fighting. You're going to go into that closed session. Don't let them lie to you. Release the video. They're tampering with evidence. The video shows them dragging the body, tampering with evidence. I talked about earlier that they create evidence to justify their killings. This is one of those cases. We demand justice. Fire the cops. The youth in our community are tired of it. They're looking for other alternatives. They're telling me it's a waste of time for me to go demand
Thank you for your
justice.
comments, sir.
Stop killing our youth.
Tiffany Guerra, followed by Mariela Saba and Audrey George.
Okay, so my comment is just centered around something I don't understand, and it is a question. If you can respond to it, I would appreciate that at this time. What I have trouble understanding is how a teenager like Jose Mendez was killed, shot in the back, according to autopsy reports, with 8 police officers on the scene standing around him after he was killed, handcuffing him after he was killed, as we saw in the video. And here we are 11 months later, and you are now talking about whether that was justified. So in those 11 months, where have those 8 police officers been? And that's a real question. Because if I don't know where they've been, I have a suspicion that they are still working in the field. Return to the field immediately. But so for the last 11 months, while this has been an open case, supposedly an open case, you all haven't decided whether or not it was justified, so they're still out there. What does that tell us as far as what your purpose and like how true that search for justice is? If we can have a 16-year-old killed and then these officers are returned to the street before it's even determined whether or not that's justified, that makes no sense. That doesn't make sense to anyone. So, I mean, that's a real question. That has to not make sense to you all. Is that something that can be addressed at some point? Is that something that can be answered?
I guess I'm just curious. Is there
I'm
anybody
kind of
on the
astounded
dais
that you
knows the answer?
Okay. Okay. And also, Charlie Beck isn't here anymore. I wish he was here. He dared to sit here and speak of empathy. He said that this is a department with empathy at its core. How dare he say that? How dare any of you say that? When Dr. Melina Abdullah stood here after Ryan Joseph was killed and she asked any one of you to say his names, and not one of you could say his name out of humanity or to honor his life, not one of you. How dare any of you say one word about empathy?
Mariela Saba.
And here we are again. We've reached this point. Time and time again, all day, we've been speaking the truth about this exact matter. This is a murdering force, period. That semi-pride or game you're playing there, Matt Johnson, with trying to do something about use of force as an attorney, which means you just cover its ass. That acronym patrol that you were slightly proud of. P is for policy to kill. A is for access to kill. T is for time to kill. R is for resources to kill. O is for, y'all know this one, ordered to kill. L is for legal to kill. I am present. It's our duty to be here. This is not the only front line we're in. We're clear about that. We're here for José Méndez y su familia. Aquí estamos por ustedes. Por Efraín Herrera Jr. These are our relatives. Every single one of them. That's my brother. Ese es mi hermano. Igual. So I leave pain here. I leave tears here. We are human here. We keep fighting here because de-escalation is when you don't show up. De-escalation is you don't create a scene. De-escalation is a world without police. De-escalation is defund till this is done. 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 Done, done, done.
Thank you for your comments.
So shame on you when you say it's in policy. That's what you do. That's the job. May you see their faces in your brown earth skin, yo.
Thank you
When
for your
you look in
comments.
the
We
mirror,
need
may
to,
you
we need
see
to go on.
them.
We need to move on to the next
May
speaker.
you get on the freedom side
and
now.
we need to move on to the next speaker. Thank you for your
They'll
comments.
kill you too, and that's what's happening to your spirit. It's dead. It's dying. It's decaying, and that's what they do.
The next speaker, please, Audrey George.
I really don't have any words to add to the eloquent way that people have lifted up Jose Mendez and other human being victims of police killings, human beings. I just ask, I wonder when you're in these closed sessions, do you consider the fact that's almost totally undeniable that none of these people would have been killed if they were white?
That's right.
And I want to know, procedurally, several of us were wondering, is there a way to put comment cards in so that we can speak after you come back from closed session?
No, there is not.
Okay. We have one more card on 5A2, and that's Michael Williams.
Jose Mendez has my namesake. He's my namesake. My grandmother calls me Jose Miguel or Joselito because I'm from Costa Rica. My family's from Costa Rica. That's my namesake. The name Jose in the Spanish, it means God, may God increase. So you took someone who's going to increase our neighborhoods. That was his given birth. His birth was what was destined for us in that community. When you think about people and kids and children and people in these neighborhoods are just people who are not contributing or have no opportunity to contribute. when you look at them as just criminals, what you do is you take away people from our community who are going to do something great. I just watched college football, and I was thinking about Kendrick McDade, who was a football player who was killed by the police in Pasadena, and what he actually could have done for his community. What he actually could have done, he could have been on that. He could have been on the stage. He could have been at the national championships, never had the opportunity. Because you look at people as criminals and you say, you justify, you find out reasons why their life needs to be taken, instead of finding reasons why it shouldn't. Jose Mendez was his birth, the name that his mother gave him because it was inspired by something else, was the reason why he would have been something great in that community. But the officers didn't see that. And I hope you see that when you watch the tapes. Don't justify him being killed. Don't find reasons why he should have been murdered. Find reasons why he should have not been.
There are no other comment cards. The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss items number 5A.
Excuse me, just really quickly, I'm sorry. I just have one comment to make, and, this is not an environment where we are able to have discussion, but to the extent, and I don't speak Spanish, it is my failing, but to the extent that the mother of Jose Mendez is present, I just want to say you have sat through a lot and heard a lot. But on a very human level, let me assure you that I don't, and there is not a person that I know on this dais that takes lightly the loss of your child. And whatever else happens and whatever you've heard and whatever you believe, if somebody would just please convey to her that beyond the rhetoric and the roles and the things that are occurring, deeply regret the mistake with respect to the date of his loss, and deeply, deeply regret the loss of a child. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss item number 5A, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in accordance with Government Code 54957. The Board of Police Commissioners has concluded its work in closed session. We are back in open session. The Executive Director will report out.
The board has completed their work in closed session. As to item 5A1, the chief's recommendations relative to tactics, drawing and exhibiting, and less than lethal use of force were unanimously adopted. As it relates to use of deadly force, 4-1 out of policy. As to 5A2, Chief of Police recommendations were unanimously adopted as to all areas of analysis. As to 5A3, non-tactical unintentional discharge, Chief of Police recommendations unanimously adopted. As to 5A4, non-tactical unintentional discharge, Chief of Police recommendations unanimously adopted. And that concludes the work in closed session.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn, Mr. President?
Do I have a second?
Second.
We are all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.